apologize on their behalf. I know that they will come back and join these proceedings of today. So once again, welcome to the second day of our research day. I believe that yesterday people enjoyed themselves. We saw a number of students presenting on their outstanding research, which was all good, and we want to see the continuation of the same even on this second day of our research day as a faculty. Without much waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, as I've already indicated, I'm the stand-in director for today's proceedings, especially this opening session. I'm going to move without any waste of time to the introduction of the guest speaker of the day. I know that there is something that you have been given in the programs that you are having at your disposal about the guest speaker. Whatever you are having there, I'm told it's ancient, it's very old. The guest speaker is not stagnant. The guest speaker is not standing in one place and idling and doing nothing. She's a progressive leader in her area of research, in her forte, in her niche area. She's progressive. Hence, I'm having the mother of all introductions with me here. So I'm just going to read slowly but surely, because it's very small. It looks like I'm also reaching presbyopia. I was thinking that I'm still very young, but I can tell now that things are moving towards the other direction. But what can we do? Ladies and gentlemen, our guest speaker of the day is in the person of Professor Zodwa Dlamini, who is a distinguished leader in cancer research. Multiple key roles, including founding director and executive head of the Pan-African Cancer Research Institute. She's also a director of the SAMRC Precision Oncology Research Unit and the DSI NRF Sachi Chair in Precision Oncology and Cancer Prevention. That's good. Research chairs. We don't even have one in the faculty, by the way. When we talk of a research chair, we're not talking about this chair that I'm sitting on. I have to clarify this because we don't have one in the faculty. Her primary focus is on advancing precision oncology cancer prevention and control with a steadfast commitment to improving health outcomes, reducing disparities, and fortifying healthcare in underserved communities. Her dedication to this cause has led to significant strides in the fight against cancer. As a distinguished member of the American Association of Cancer Research Regional Advisory Committee on Sub-Saharan Africa, Professor Dlamini plays a pivotal role in guiding the said thing that I talked about, the AACR's global efforts to prevent and cure cancers worldwide. She also actively contributes to the AACR pathology resources in Africa. Now, remember, I've indicated that this is an American committee that she is part of, right? So, her bio continues here. Professor Dlamini's influence extends to her membership on the African Organization for Research and Training in Cancer Research Committee Scientific Advisory Board. In this capacity, she actively shapes the strategic direction of the said committee, aiming to transform cancer control in Africa. Recognized for her outstanding contributions to cancer research, she serves as an esteemed cancer immunology jury member for the 2024 Innovators in Science Award a prestigious recognition honoring groundbreaking research in cancer immunology worldwide. Yeah, let's continue reading. You see, it is important that when people Google your name, they don't only see your Facebook account. Her role in the jury enables her to provide invaluable insights to the selection process, contributing her unique global perspective. Okay. Beyond her institutional roles, she chairs the Scientific Advisory Board for the Africa Health Research Organization and holds a position on the board of directors for Kerry Genetics. Prof will tell us more about that. Based in Hamilton, Bermuda. Professor Dlamini's exceptional contributions have earned her international recognition, including esteemed positions as an overseas fellow of the Royal Society of Medicine and a member of the Academy of Science of South Africa. Her extensive accolades, such as the SAMRC Silver Award and the DSI NRF Sachi Chair in Precision Oncology and Cancer Prevention, SMRC Precision Oncology Research Unit, highlight her exceptional scientific achievements. Her role as a vice oncology, her role as a vice chair of the board was instrumental in establishing the SMRC as an internationally recognized science council. She actively participates in various national committees and think tanks focused on genomics, precision medicine, and cancer research strategy. In addition to her research and leadership roles, Professor Dlamini has made notable contributions to the scientific publishing, serving as an associate editor for esteemed journals like Frontiers in Oncology and Genetics. She has also acted as a guest editor for several publications covering diverse topics ranging from pharmacogenetics, pharmacogenomics to cancer epidemiology, genomics, and preventive medicine. Furthermore, she has edited books published by renowned publishers such as Springer, Nature, and Elsevier, addressing critical subjects like artificial intelligence and precision oncology, next generation healthcare, and strategies for overcoming chemo-resistance in cervical cancer. Through her multifaceted endeavors, Prof. Zodwa Dlamini continues to shape the landscape of cancer research in South Africa, the region, and globally, leaving an indelible mark on the field. Come on. Come on. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you our guest speaker, Professor Dlamini. Prof.
Thank you very much, Professor Sithole. I thought maybe we are related. My mother is Sithole, so that's why I was asking where you're coming from. But I think you ran away from KwaZulu-Natal. And so, greetings to everybody, all the delegates here. I'm really honored to be here. You won't be seeing any slides. I'll be speaking from my heart while guided by my pointers here. I actually am not new here. I was an associate professor for about 20 months at the Department of Biochemistry. I think I came in 2019 and I left in 2009, 2009 to 2010. I didn't just leave because I got a position as a Deputy Executive Dean at UNISA, responsible for research. So my talk will be looking at both sides of the aisle. I have much experience in the leadership of research in a university space, because from the Deputy Executive Dean Research at UNISA, then I became the Vice President or the DVC for research at MUT. And I'm very much aware of trying to do research in a less resource institution. I have experience in that. Also, as a lecturer up to associate professor, I was also involved in research. But when I was DVC, then I was headhunted by the University of Pretoria to come and start a cancer institute, which didn't exist. But because it was my passion, so I went there. But it was also dependent on whether they keep my salary as it was, because I wasn't looking for a job, although I was really happy that I could go back to my home in Johannesburg, because I had to fly every weekend back and forth. So my presentation is about how to make your academic health researchers to succeed in research as a leader in the Faculty of Health Sciences, Professor Sithole, and how to succeed as a health researcher using collaboration and improving grant writing skills. So I thought it would be better, because this is a collaboration, you know, to grow in your career in research is a collaboration effort or collaborative effort. The leadership must provide resources. The leadership must create a space for you as a researcher to succeed, to be able to do your research. But also they can't make you do research. You must have passion. You must also meet them halfway. So it must be a bottom-up and a top-down approach. So it meets in the middle. You know, sometimes it's hard when you're trying to do research and you're busy with your little time that you have, because you are teaching as well. There's a whole lot of teaching. And when you talk about research, then the person in charge or in the leadership says, this is a teaching institution, you see. I know that. I'm not saying, Prof, you say that, but I think that mentality must stop. We have to teach, but to tell you the truth, you can get an award, you can be recognized here, or if you are lucky, nationally. But with research, you can be, awarded or recognized globally. Yes. So it's not about being really awarded or recognized, but the work that you do, the working hard, tirelessly, trying to contribute in research and changing lives. Somebody out there will recognize you. Not that every day you'll work and say, I want to be recognized. No, it doesn't work like that. It's not like working towards a certain degree or a qualification. So the first point under fostering research success as a leader, you first have to establish a vision and research strategy. The university has got its own, the overall, all-encompassing strategy and the vision, but as a leadership, you have also to try and have a smaller, much more focused strategy, much focused vision that also you look up to, but it must sort of talk to the main vision of the university, because you don't want to be seen as trying to now start something like another university in your faculty. So I think that is very important because it's quite important to work towards a certain vision. Otherwise, you'll keep working every day and you actually have no idea where you're going. It's always better to work towards that. So I'll tell you as an example, I work within the University of Pretoria. I direct an institute of the Pan-African Cancer Research Institute. Well, it's at the University of Pretoria, but actually many universities now are part of it. Even some people from this university are part of it. We're working together. They're in published book, they lead chapters, or they're in chapters, or we have collaborative projects together. UNISA, VETS, UKZN, SMU, many. It's now a national institute. It has only started now to be Pan-African. I think 2 weeks ago, or a week ago, on the 8th, I was getting an award from the West African morphologists from their council for the work that I've done in cancer for Africa. So I'm not only getting awards here, I'm now starting to be, I didn't work towards that. I didn't even knew they exist, but we now have a branch in West Africa, and it's based in Cote d'Ivoire, in Ivory Coast, and we have Nigeria, we have Ghana, and we're about to add Burkina Faso. So it's very important, and also while creating a vision, I have seen that there are 2 schools. You have to, it's always a collaborative effort, because this school and this school, you must then have some sort of a workshop to come up with a all-encompassing vision that is gonna incorporate the vision for this, and then it becomes the vision of the faculty, so that everybody is happy, is part of it. You want the buy-in of everybody. So, so promote a collaborative environment, collaborate, and collaborate. Encourage interdisciplinary collaboration and teamwork to leverage diverse expertise within the faculty. I know you have, this faculty is big, might be smaller maybe than other faculties in very big university, but it's big in but you'll find out for sure that within this school and this school, there is no collaboration, or there is very little collaboration, but you need all the skills together. That is where, Prof, you can come even with 2 chairs, such a chair. I'm very, my English is not the best, but I'm a best writer when it comes to grant writing, up to the chair, or be it the unit. I can assist. I like this university, because I never got to stay in a more outside the big city university for a long time. I'm from a rural area, so I always would like to be part of it. So when I'm speaking here, I'm not speaking and going. So I'm hoping that, as you said previously, you don't have even 1 chair. There are chairs, but they don't get advertised. You have to write something, and I can help with that for both the chair or MRC units. When you're done with that, then you can collaborate with the DVC, because half of the money in now, they try to look at the historically disadvantaged institution. I don't know whatever that means. But if you come up, if the university said we are willing to pay for 50% of the funding and the NRF, then these are the proposals. So first, it's not really a proposal, that is on the NRF website, so it's quite simple. You have to come up with an idea. We can we can be involved in a workshop where we're trying to get one, maybe the first day, and the second day we're trying to get two. And that we can send input. I've been in the board of the MRC also. We tried to get funding to go, because it was I think 90% or so was UCT, the nearest, and all other, called the top 5. So we try to push that also the universities in the far-flung areas can also get some funding. But the problem was that they don't submit anything. But then I'm saying they don't submit because they are used to previous. They don't know that now they have the opportunity to get funding. Then they say, okay, but the problem maybe even when they submit the proposal, they are not of that good standard. I said they don't wake up and then they know you have to go out there. Do you have the means, you have the divisions that are responsible for grant writing. Although, because it might be geared to the MRC or anything, you have this, and I mean, that is very important. So they did, I think, but it was Department of, I think, is it biotechnology and something, they did get funded. So some of the things you must be able to collaborate and be seen and be visible to the funders like the NRF and the MRC. Even I can connect you with the people at the NRF who can explain. You don't need to go and wait for the DVC, for instance. When I went to Pretoria, I went to ask, well, is there money there for me? They said, no, yeah, at the University of Pretoria, it's historically white and it's advantage. I said, but do I look like advantage? It's me who's asking. Does that mean if I'm here now, I can apply for this? But it's not, it's something that you fight for. Also, there is a call, and a lot of people in the university, all of them can apply. So it's still competitive, you see. But you must know those things, and I'm willing to share those with you. You must also organize regular research forums like this one, seminars, workshops, like I'm saying, workshops, and some must have to do with grant writing. Proposal writing and grant writing is more or less the same, because you're writing a proposal for the grant, and you cannot do cutting edge research without a lot of money. You need lots and lots of money, okay? So also offer mentoring and professional development. So I was also involved in a mentorship program at UNISA, where you have to try and identify senior academics in your faculty who can mentor this one. But let me tell you, it's not everything that you do that you'll find a mentor here. You can find a mentor anywhere and approach. Scientists are approachable. So you can even go and spend some time there and do something or whatever, or the person, if he or she has time, she can come here. Or you can have more than one mentor. You have one here and you have one there. It's not a problem. But if you must be able to look at, to see that your career moves forward. So while the management or the leadership have to see that, you also have to look around, because they also are specialists in their fields, and they are also trying to, we always have mentors. I have mentors from all over the world, even now. So who I ask some things I don't know. So everybody is busy, because everyone wants to give back and do the best research that he or she can do. Recognize and celebrate achievements. I'm hoping that after this, the whole the whole faculty research proceedings, there will be awards. Some of the awards must not wait. Like for instance, if you've published a paper, for instance, that has been cited many times, maybe in 1 year, or you'll choose in the last maybe 2 years or 3 years, then it might be one of the, so you are encouraging people to, and sometimes you want to give an award to a person who's published in a high impact factor journal, because also you must know that it's nice to have a lot of publications, but you must ask yourself, where are you publishing? You are asking yourself because when you apply for NRF rating, they're gonna look at where you are publishing. Don't even, you know, people who sit there, if you, all your publication are saying South African or African, there is nothing else, try now to move and see. I think you'll have enough. They can see that now we are moving to the, otherwise people who say, they just turn a blind eye because you don't want to be local. Even you want to do research for local, for regional, and for the world. You can't just save the people around you. So you can start like that, but you must know this. And also it's always better to call the NRF people maybe for a workshop to address you on those issues, because sometimes you'll say, okay, you know, this DVC is telling this, how can we do that? As long as we can get money from the DHET subsidy. What about your career? You see, the money is okay, you must get it, but now you're starting to count that I must publish 20. We've published this year in my, so far maybe over 40, it's going to go just next to 60 per year. It's not the publication, it's because we've published books, and each book has got maybe 13 chapters, 16 chapters, but normally our average publication is between 10 and 15 per year, because we are a team, collaboration. If you are trying to do it alone, you'll end up publishing in you know, small journals, because you don't want, you keep on thinking this person is gonna steal my idea. No, there is nothing like that. Don't do research that can be stolen. Okay? Encourage ethical research practices. Some people, or even you find in the department, sometimes the head of department has got many publications. Everybody who publishes here must put his or her name. That is unethical. But even if you are not a head of department, if you keep on throwing your name to your friends who are not in the same area, you're just thinking if you have many publications, you're gonna go all the way. No. If you're applying for NRF rating, they can see that you are all over. You don't know what you are doing. You must try at least to have some coherent ideas and publications. So it's very important that now you want to be promoted. Now maybe they said you must have so many. They didn't specify whether it must be from your field of research. So because you are chasing things, we keep on chasing everything, because we want also to get promoted. So we might end up doing things that are unethical, which is not gonna get us anywhere. Facilitate networking and collaboration beyond faculty. I was just thinking there is a whole lot, I'm sure maybe there is some collaboration happening, but strengthen that. For instance, you'll find that in chemistry, there are things that you can collaborate with chemistry. like cancer drugs, for instance, drug discovery, most of them came from plants. So chemistry, the natural product chemist, biochemist, you know, when you are in the health sciences, don't limit yourself. Try and work with the departments like biochemistry, microbiology, biotechnology, all that, because you do want the basic scientists to work closely with the clinicians. That's what I found I did at the University of Pretoria in my institute. I found the clinicians, they didn't even work together. Only now they understand who's doing what because they're working together with the basic scientists, all computational biologists, molecular biologists, they need, because in the clinic, they encounter clinical problems that they want to go back in the bench. Because sometimes with cancer, I will make an example. You don't know how it started. So if you get a cancer in an advanced stage, you can see genetically, this is the situation, but how the mechanisms. So you need to work closely with basic scientists so that you are able to, the work has to go back and forth from the lab to the clinic or clinic to the lab. You don't just wake up and read and say, oh, I want to do cancer in the breast cancer cell line of what and what. No, you have to be addressing what are problems of the clinics. Yeah, advocate for research funding. I think I have dealt with this a little bit, but you have to have within your faculty. Don't rely on the main university research office. You have to have a dedicated person or persons who are in charge of grantsmanship and many other things, who organize workshops, but those people must be passionate. You can't get anyone, otherwise you'll get nothing out of it. So that they're able to extract the information that they get from the DVC's office or the main research office. Then they say, okay, this is what we can apply for. Or they can go out there and look at the funders like NRF and say, okay, this is what we can apply for, or MRC, this is what we can apply for. And then from here, what do we do? Do we need some assistance from here? How do we then move forward? Maybe that's where other people, collaborations like us, can come in and assist, where we can assist, that this is, you know. So it's important, if it's very far, the research office, the main research office, I've been also the DVC for research, you have to look you have to look out for everyone, imagine. So it's difficult for you. You are doing your best, but you need to be met halfway as well, you see. So that is the thing. It's like I said, even in the faculty leadership has to be met halfway by the researchers. So succeeding as a health researcher, you just have to hone in your collaboration skills. Important. You cannot tell me that you've been in one place forever. You can stay there, but go fetch the skills from somewhere, get somebody from somewhere, or visit just locally, because you might not have the funding. But if you have a good mentors, they will help you to write proposal, and you'll end up by practicing, getting the best proposals out there and get the money. You travel all the world. There is nowhere I don't remember which continent I have not been, but no one, University of Pretoria, and before I was at Wits or anywhere, no one has given me even 1 cent. I use my own funding to travel everywhere, whether it's a congress where I want to meet people, or whether I want to go and learn some skills, whether I want just to meet for collaboration. For some people, you can talk to them online, but you need face to face. They need to get the feel if you know what you're talking about, or you just dreaming. So you need that, but it doesn't happen automatically. You have to go out there and make it happen. Also, collaborate in interdisciplinary research. Look around. I collaborate with, my background is genetics, so genomics is not a problem, but I collaborate even with a faculty of law. There are people who look at cancer and disparities in the faculty of law. You'll find that there is a person from law, chemist, computational biologist, clinician, all kinds. You cannot tell me you're doing cancer, but you have nothing to do with the patient sample. Pathologist, medical oncologist, surgeons, and everyone. You have to work with you have to be able to use your cells, but move on to something else to be able to do real cancer. Now you have a hospital here, you have people here, so work together. I've made people to work together, and I hope you will be able to. Somebody said to me, wow, it's difficult to work with clinicians. How do I start? They're very arrogant. I said, maybe you are very arrogant too, because did you ever go to speak with anyone? And he said, no. You just have this bad perception. No one is arrogant when you are talking about research, because this person will look at what you want to do and what he, or even if he didn't know what he wanted to do, he might find some way forward from you. And hence, grant writing skills. Whenever you see something to do with the grant writing, please be part of it, and try to have some proposal. It doesn't matter how bad it looks, but when you get out of there, you'll have some idea that, okay, I need to really work on this. This has to take this direction. So stand up. You have a lot of teaching, but if you still go dancing the whole weekend, that is enough for you to do research. If you sleep early, like 7, 8, you still can sleep at 12. People who work hard are those ones who can do research, who have a lot of work. Those who are relaxed cannot. You want to always work the people who are busy. Don't say you are busy, but because nothing shows. What are you busy with? Start a successful grant proposal. You know, you must learn also to, if they refuse you or they say they reject your grant. One guy said he will never write a grant again. He wanted to get a yes from the beginning. No, it doesn't happen. You are lucky if it does. They can reject you many times, like when you're trying to publish. Same thing. Don't give up. Okay, sleep or cry overnight. The next day, go and look at the reviewers' comments and try to address them before you can even go to the next. You need to be persistent. The weak heart, throw it away from you. It doesn't work here. Building a strong research network, conferences. Please go to the conferences. Sometimes you will never know what you want to do until you go to a certain conference and you say, I think I like that. So if you're sitting here, how are you even going to be able to find out? You will never be able to find out. It doesn't also necessarily mean that you must have wanted from your early age to be a scientist. I didn't know what was a scientist, you know, from my rural area when I went to collect wood or water. I was just, but I had it in me that I'm going to be something. I didn't know what. So even if you don't know what you want to be, you must just have that determination that, but I want to be something. You can find out from conferences locally. You can find from conferences, if you have money, overseas as well. They are very willing also to collaborate, and also, to tell you the truth, the world is looking into Africa now. In terms of health research, you have the patient cohorts that everybody wants, because they've been working on the non-African or European cohorts. Even the clinical trials have been done to, not to the Africans in Africa, because even the environment counts, that they've done a little bit on Black American doesn't necessarily mean that our genetics is the same. That is why we have to wake up and do and sequence our genetics, cancer or whatever, if you're working on diabetes or whatever you can, because no one is gonna come very far to help you if you're not human. They identify people who are busy trying to do something, because even if you go there, you must say, we're trying to do this. Can you be part of it? Because don't send your patient samples, all of them, and you get nothing out of there. Maybe they promise you to be in a paper. It's not enough, because you haven't learned any skills. You must say, we want to build capacity where we are, because we want to try and resolve our problem. Not to, I saw an article today say there is no need of, if you're sick in Nigeria, you suffer from a certain disease, the diagnosis have to be made in the UK. Why? Because you can also do it. The skills, I agree, we have limited skills, but all over the world, they are willing to work with us. Now he's standing up. I might just conclude. So you must just develop self-determination, be self-driven, choose the subject you like. You'll never go anywhere if you're doing some research you don't like because your supervisor or somebody is saying you must do. Forget about that. So as I said, I'm willing, so I think you'll be able to get my contact from here. So to work, it doesn't matter, even if it's not cancer, I can always help. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you so much, Prof. Thank you for your insightful presentation. I think we have taken a lot of things out of what you were presenting. I saw Mr. Smai when you were talking about genetics and all of that, he was nodding. And I think he has a question. I'm going to allow him one question and two more questions quickly, so before we move to our parallel sessions. Thank you so much. While you were presenting, you know, I remembered of the time in the country where a lot of buildings were collapsing, and because of that occurrence, some of the researchers at TUT who were well versed in architecture and meteorology, they came to us and said, help us put together a proposal to get a research chair in this area. To cut a long story short, there is a research chair now in architecture at TUT on the basis of the developments that were happening in the country at the time. So these are possible. Mr. Smai, your question? I've noted your question, your hand, Prof, as well. One last hand, quickly.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof.
Okay. I've noted your two hands. Yes.
You forced a question out of me.
Yeah.
But you are right. As she was talking, I'm in deep thoughts, because it's like me and her we are in the same field and also have the same ideas. maybe not a question but a comment, but I think, Prof, I appreciate when you said collaboration across disciplines. And one impressive one is the one where you even mentioned law. And in my field, and I can see where it fits, a typical example, the issue of consent in genetics, and that is a field that fits into law. So because of that comment, I had that idea before, but you know when you are not sure of an idea, but then when you emphasize it, I'm like, the law school is next door. I can start tomorrow to say, you guys, we do talk about informed consent in genetics. And also there's this aspect of, I'll call it pirating, where American or European researchers come to Africa because we tend to have, what do you call it, a mine of data when it comes to genetics. Then they come and simply take the data, and then they go and create patents for themselves. And that makes their countries to be richer, yet they got the raw data from this side. So I want to appreciate, and also I want to appreciate the comment on, it's like you were with me during the weekend when I put a status to say, I'm one of those who prefer quality over quantity. And I made an example, I'm sure you would know J. Craig Venter. When they were sequencing a human genome, they took about 10 years. And I see the executive dean of law. I'm going to collaborate with him. And to that, Prof, I really appreciate that comment of quality versus quantity. And this is just a secret. I'm looking at who will leak out this secret. In June, Prof, this has been a research that's been happening for over 5 years. But that 5 years now has come to nothing because it doesn't matter now. So I got is my executive dean here? So I got an email from Nature to say they are processing the paper. And when I look at that, I'm like, I almost gave up in that 5 years. Because you see a lot of people are publishing quantity. So it's more quantity because they are chasing promotion and whatever. But also you said, it also has an impact on your career. So I'm happy to say, even though it took 5 years, but there are chances that
okay, I'm happy
the
with
department.
I'm happy with your question.
Thank you. So I didn't have a question. That's why I was saying,
Yeah.
I appreciate your comment
Okay.
on the quality versus quantity, and that of me and Professor Sibanda collaborating.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can I just take one more hand? We're out of time. Just one hand. There were 3 hands here. I'm gonna sacrifice 2 and take 1. Yeah, between the 2, can you agree to ask 1 question? Okay. Simple. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm representing the libraries, University of Limpopo Libraries, and I'm quite happy to be in the same room with the researchers. Now my question is around open science and open access publishing. We are very mindful of predatory journals and also high impact journals. That is the space that we are in. But at the same time, we are always pushing for our researchers to take into cognizance that open access is also another mode that you can use to make your research more accessible. I just want to get it from you, what you feel about open science publishing, as much as we want our researchers to publish in high impact journals. But from our side, we feel with research that is funded by public funds, it's quite important for people to be able to access. When I have my child who has a cancer, sometimes I want to read from reputable work about what cancer is all about, but because I'm not in a university context, I can't have access to that research that was published with public funds. So I just want your comments as to what would researchers understand about open access, and how do you feel about it?
Open access, because then it's easier. Even if you want to read, you just download. But that doesn't mean that open access doesn't have high impact factor journals. It does have 6, 7 and stuff. I'm not talking about the professor there who's talking about Nature. So, but open access, some of the journals now, they've opened them for us to publish also for free. I don't know how long then that takes, because in open access is much more, you pay APCs, which is quite costly, but they try to be more efficient, that maybe within 3 months, so they have a way of chasing their reviewers or their reviewing system. But if you're not gonna pay anything, I'm not sure how long, because you also don't want to take 2 years in order for you to publish, because here where you're working, they want to see, if you're a professor, at least you must have 2 publications per year in other institutions. So yes, open access is the way to go. Maybe also we have to keep fighting for no APC, so that it doesn't matter how big the impact factor is, but you still can try and follow from there. It's always better to aim high, and so that you can fall in the middle, not to the ground. But the library, I'm very happy that you are here, and also it's very important for the scientists to know where they stand. If you wake up, you think, I think I'm better than this one, there must be Google Scholar, there must be on Oak ID and all these things, so that they can say, I'm tired to be here, really, I want to move up. But if you don't feature there, you can't gauge yourself, because you can't gauge yourself with the next door or your friend and say, I think I'm doing better. No, what informs that? So the library also you have to make sure that all the researchers, doesn't matter whether your H index is 0, but make it go to 1 and up, because if you see it, you now want to go up, because you can see other people and say, I can also publish and get there. Thank you very much. I think I've taken more.
No, and we can still take 2.
Thank you. Thank you very much for what you were talking about and offering that guidance. And I just want to say really that from my experience, and I was talking yesterday about international collaborations and the value of that. And I just really want to say that one of the things we're very keen about in collaborations is what we learn from each other, and then what we bring back to our own practice as researchers. And one of the things that at NTU, with our work and collaboration we've done with various institutions in Africa and in our public health team, is about celebration. And I was just talking this morning about that it's really, really important to celebrate, because I think very often, we're all aspiring, we're all perspiring, to get the publications, to get the grant money in, and people just feel that they're on a you know, they're on a sort of rote really, and nobody's really saying thank you or anything. So one of the things that I've learned through collaboration is around that celebration, and I bring that back into my institution. And then my institutions say to me, oh, but Linda, how do you get all these, how do you get your team together? They're inspiring because they work together, and we're a really strong team. And then people wonder about how do you build a team, but that's something that I've really learned is around, you know, through collaboration and celebration and building that, supporting your early career researchers, nurturing those early career researchers, celebrating what they do is really, really important. So I just wanted to say that's something about collaboration, is about learning from each other and bringing that back into our practice.
Starting from within, you need, as a leadership or the leadership of the faculty, to have some funding that will help forge collaboration. Because people, they say, oh, they are talking, they say we must collaborate. Oh no, what do we use? So they must put in joint proposals so that they can be able to, and even if they put other faculties, it's even better. And then that is why I was saying you need grantsman office even in any faculty, because then those people are also gonna identify international, although other researchers can do that themselves, but others cannot for some reason that I wouldn't know. So, for instance, in the US, there are so many training grants that we can get for people to go there or to here for some work that you can do. But because you don't have that office and you are waiting for the main office, which is responsible for everyone, so that is important. And international collaboration is very important, because most of the skills, we have skills, but we have limited skills. So they bring about those skills we need, and we have to appoint extraordinary professors or honorary professors. They don't get paid. They just get the status of being an honorary professor for this faculty or for this department, and every year they come or they co-supervise students. They just build the research for free. And also when the call comes, maybe it's UK and they're looking for LMICs or low middle income countries, that's why now you get in and apply for bigger funding. So it's very important. Internationally, you start here, because even them, they don't want to come and collaborate with one person. It must be some sort of a platform or a program where there's more than one person. But that is, thank you very much.
I'm taking the last one is coming from here. Is that a question or a comment? Question, okay.
Thank you very much, Prof, for talking. My observation has been when a new or newly appointed or young academics join an institution, they tend to be absorbed into the institutional culture. Some of it could have negative implications as far as research development is concerned. And they may find it rather very difficult to break away from the mold and do cutting-edge research, as you have alluded to. What would be your suggestions to newly coming incoming staff so that they get productive as early as possible in their careers?
Thank you very much for your question, but it then depends, as my talk was addressing both the leadership and the researcher, him or herself. So what also helps, if you are new, once you decide that you want to do research in this faculty, all the people who come in, they have to get starting, what is it called, that funding, which you get to start your own research. but they must say, these are the areas we have, but it's, you can do anything, because I mean, you cannot just join any group, even if it's not something you like, because it's gonna be something that will never take you anywhere. So there must be that option from the leadership. They give you the startup funds first, because you cannot just come and because you want to do research here, we put up, that's why you learn, even if maybe you are very young, you are starting, here is the funding, but write a proposal, and then you get that funding. Also, you are allowed to look elsewhere, other departments, because you must start looking around, because you must promote interdisciplinarity. You cannot just do this. If they say we're working with eye or whatever, optic research, you're not interested in that, maybe there is something, or you want to find out on your own, that will help even the faculty grow. I understand that you cannot have a lot and lots of programs, but you can have many projects, then they can form part of a particular program. You must just go and try and find out and try to put your own perspective, and don't just keep quiet. Maybe it's going to work. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Before you leave, I've seen there are 3 executive deans here. In 15 seconds, Prof. Suweya, any comment? Oh, thank you. I've seen Prof. Mawudu. I'm looking for. 10 seconds, any comment? The executive dean from law and management. See, out or still in. Oh, okay. No, we thank you, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you.
From now, we are breaking into the 2 streams. If you look in your programs, the stream that was supposed to be chaired by Professor H.L. Sithole, you remain here. And then they will start to direct. And then the stream under maternal, child, and adolescent health, we are going just next door. We just go out the next building. And then from there, the whole program will start, and then we'll continue. Those who will be presenting the posters, it will be announced during, you remain either in room 43 or here, you will be told what to do. Thank you.
topic emanated from the main study that we had with a student. The study was all about the experiences of ward-based community healthcare workers while utilizing non-communicable screening tools. Hence, from the themes that the student had, we had one theme which was talking more about the importance of utilizing non-communicable disease screening tools in Limpopo province by ward-based community healthcare workers. So these are the overview of the presentation that I'm going to touch. I will start by indicating the concept screening. Screening is a critical tool and a commonly used indicator to detect deviation of health from normal. It is used in a variety of settings, including healthcare institutions, both in private and public. And then we have seen during the COVID-19 pandemic how screening became important in our country, so that we tried to fight the pandemic. Hence, the word screening came in as a word of the day, where everywhere a person has to go. If you want to access, whether it was a spaza shop or it was a supermarket, you were supposed to be screened so that they identify if you qualify to enter into that area. Also, screening tools were used that time so that they rule out the signs and symptoms of COVID-19 so that you can be referred to a healthcare facility where diagnostic measures can be taken into consideration. So in regard to this context of this study, screening here was aligned to non-communicable disease, when now it was seen because of the burden that our country was facing regarding non-communicable diseases, in which it was identified that diabetic mellitus accounted for more than 40% in adults who are suffering with hypertension, accounting for more than 50% globally. So as an initiative by WHO, our South African country, together with other countries, they've seen a need to appoint ward-based community healthcare workers through primary healthcare engineering so that they can do the screening of household members so that they can identify the signs and symptoms of hypertension and diabetic mellitus. And then in South Africa, it was discovered that non-communicable diseases, they account for 43% of total death in all ages and all sexes. Ages also refers to even an infant as young as 2 years. The infant was being diagnosed with a diabetic mellitus. So there was a probability of death or of the mortality rate, which was ranging between the ages of 30 to 70 years due to NCDs at 60 to 70%. So yesterday, after our prof has presented about the SDGs, I went to look to say the status of our country regarding NSD, where are we? Unfortunately, I got data up to 2019 where they were indicating the mortality rate at 24.1%. So to address the non-communicable diseases, or it is now becoming a pandemic, our South African country and other countries said in the United Nations, they've decided to say, because we did not reach our goal in 2015, so what is it which we are supposed to do so that we can reach our goal in 2030? So the goal of NCDs to reduce a death from and to reduce the condition itself, it was aimed at a target of 1/3 of premature mortality from NCDs through and treatment and through the promotion of mental health and well-being of our society. So it is against that background that ward-based community healthcare workers were tasked to screen the household of South Africans, including our own Limpopo province, in order to identify those who are having signs and symptoms, in order to refer them, and in order to refer from the risk factors that the person will be presenting with. So as a problem statement, this study was conducted by one of my master students, where she has identified that where she is working, a day or two, or not a day or 2 or 3 people are being diagnosed daily, whether with hypertension or diabetic mellitus, with already more than 150 patients who are already on treatment. And the 2 conditions we can manage, we can also prevent it through lifestyle modification, we can also prevent it through health education. So the aim of this study was to determine the importance of utilizing non-communicable screening diseases tools by word-based community healthcare workers, in which these are the people who have undergone a 59-day training. So they were a participant who participated in the study. So the research approach was qualitative, exploratory, descriptive, hence the data here. The population of already I've indicated as word-based community healthcare workers who are utilizing screening tool at Fitahomo towards a sub-district, and they were sampled purposefully. Ethical consideration were adhered to, and the ethical clearance was obtained from the University of Pretoria. Data was collected using focus group discussion, and the groups were divided into 4. Data were collected in different areas, in different clinics, and they were analyzed using Coalizer, a method. So from the theme, a positive experience, which entails the importance of screening tool, emanated also with another theme, which was a negative experience. So it was seen here as a first theme that screening tools facilitated comprehensive household assessment, where not only did the participant or did the word-based community healthcare workers identify risk factors or signs and symptoms of hypertension and diabetic mellitus, but they've identified other things that the family they were coming across, like patients who were sick, they were not attending or they were not consulting, those who had a nutritional need, those who were having social problems, in which they were referred to relevant stakeholders. So underneath you can see the quotes, you can also see the literature which support the result. Don't know, step in. So sub-theme 2, it facilitated identification of risk factors and symptoms that required referral. Here, they've managed to identify the signs and symptoms of diabetic mellitus, signs and symptoms of hypertension, hence they refer the patient to the hospital or to the clinic, where now they did the proper diagnostic measures, where there is a need of preventing I gave health education to prevent. Facilitated client acceptance and awareness of the potential problems. When they were engaging with participants, the participant became aware of their own conditions. They became aware so that they accept and they tried to change their lifestyle. Like an example of one of a smoker there, after identifying that the patient is at risk and there are risk factors related to the condition, the patient changed the behavior by living, or they stopped smoking. So the results were supported underneath there by literature. So it guides word-based healthcare workers' actions and workflow. They knew, because it guided them, there were questions inside the screening tool in which they knew which questions they're supposed to ask, and that made them to become, to make their work to become simpler and easier. So the information is supported there underneath. So in conclusion, from this study, it was evident that really screening tool assisted them, because they even asked comprehensive questions, they even identify other things which were not maybe included in their line of scope or whatever they were supposed to do, and the signs and symptoms were identified. They were able to refer the patient to the clinic. The patients also tried to change their way of living. So as a recommendation, appraisal, recognition, and encouragement of word-based community healthcare workers by the Department of Health is supposed to be done, because when we checked the results, we saw that these people, they are doing a lot and they are not recognized enough. The stipend that they're getting is not enough. If maybe the government can call them in and give them awards of the work that they're doing, because it really assisted. Because in our problem statement, we indicated 2 to 3 patients that are being seen. So it means that they are doing their work, they're identifying, they're referring, and this one will try to reduce the number of deaths from non-communicable diseases as our patients will be treated. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Ramavoya. I think we have a minute. One question to Prof. Mr. Choma.
Yeah, the first question is just about the what-based, maybe my understanding of what-based health workers. Is the way to what a political term or a medical term in this case? how are they remunerated? Are they not permanently employed? Or because I understand your recommendations that probably they should be absorbed as permanent employee. So what is the situation with this? Or is just contract, they are employed on contract basis?
Thank you, Mr. Choma. The word ward came in politically. Hence, these ones are community healthcare workers. Previously, they were used to be called community healthcare workers. So when the wards came in, now communities are divided into wards, ward 1, 2, 3, 4. So these people were employed under a certain ward in which they managed certain household in that ward. So the issue of being employed, they are now absorbed, but when they're absorbed, they're not earning a lot. It's 3.5 only per month, which is not enough. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Prof. Maboya. As I'll be calling on stage, Siakamela KP. I hope you are ready. They requested that you come early because you are also presenting next door. Is Siakamela around? Yes. Okay. Yes. Siakamela. Okay, it's fine. We'll be presenting about the prevalence and associated factors of depression amongst pregnant and parenting young females, a comparison of adolescent and young adults in South Africa. Over to you, Mr. Siakamela. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kagiso Siakamela, as they have aforementioned. Today, I'll be presenting the study titled "The Prevalence of." The prevalence and associated factors of probable depression amongst pregnant and parenting young females, a comparison of adolescent and young adults in rural South Africa. Depression is a leading mental health condition that presents symptoms such as loss of interest, guilt, low self-worth, irregular eating, fatigue, lack of focus. And according to the World Health Organization, 1 million girls under the age of 15 and 16 give birth each year, and majority of those are living in low and middle income countries. Several studies have been conducted in South Africa that showed a high prevalence of depression among parenting adolescents. The contributing factors that result in higher percentiles of depression in adolescents are reported to be poverty, abuse, victimization, low education levels, and there is little literature on the prevalence and associated factors of depression between adolescents and young adults, yes. Therefore, the current study aimed to identify the prevalence of probable depression and associated factors among pregnant and parenting young females. The study was conducted around 11 clinics that fall within the Dimamo HDSS. We recruited 362 participants, and of those, 121 were pregnant and 232 were parenting adolescents and young females between the age of 14 and 22. We used a structured questionnaire to collect the data, and that questionnaire had 10 self-reported questions linked to clinical cognitive symptoms of depression. For assessment of probable depression, we assigned those answers scores, and from there we adopted the Edenberg postnatal and prenatal depression scale. And depression was diagnosed when someone has a score of more than 10, including 10 and above, sorry. We analyzed this data using SPSS, and we used a chi-square to look for the relationship between probable depression and socio-demographic factors, and we set our p-value at 0.05. majority of our participants, they did mention that they have experienced some form of partner violence, and there was There was a prevalence of people using alcohol, which for both prenatal and postnatal instances, which should be concerning to some extent. And yes, there was a high prevalence of people that did mention that they had unplanned pregnancy, and most of the people in our study, they did not have HIV, except for like less than 5%, of which majority of them were were teenagers, adolescents. The prevalence of depression in this study was 42.8, which if you look on the far, should be all right. It's the other categories, the severity of depression, which we have mild, moderate, and severe, and extreme. So there was an association between adolescent pregnancy and, the financial support was associated with depression in adolescents, and together it was also associated with depression for young adults as well. We also observed that the alcohol consumption was also associated with causes of probably depression, and with that we had more of the people that were depressed consuming alcohol. I'll try and fly a bit. So again, we did see an association between parents' views on being pregnant, being associated with probable depression in adolescent, but we did not see that in young adults. And again, we did see that the lack of food for both the adolescents and young adults had an impact in the possibility of causing depression. And there was also an association between skipping meals for the baby and the mother's depression for both young adults and the adolescents. So when comparing the prevalence of probable depression between prenatal adolescents and postnatal adolescents, a significant high prevalence of probable depression was noted in postnatal adolescents. And this, the article that I have mentioned there reported sort of similar findings. And in the present study, alcohol consumption was associated with probable depression, and in adolescents only, but that association, as I've mentioned in the previous slide, it was not seen in young adults. That might mean that as they get older, they are able to handle stress a bit. And we also have seen that the partner's lack of financial support had an impact on the possibility of having depression amongst both young adults and adolescents. And we also have seen that the socioeconomic status, even though we used the food security questions, they did show that not having food does have an impact on possibility of having depression. Also, this was seen that both adolescents and young adults who were HIV positive were more likely to be depressed. And this is also seen in people that have comorbidities. So the limitations of our study is that it was cross-sectional, and we used an EPD scale, which cannot be used for diagnosis, and also the symptoms of depression were self-reported. So in conclusion, the study found social issues associated with probable depression among Black adolescents and young adults residing in rural regions of South African province. And the present study indicated that participants from low socioeconomic status families, those who were HIV positive, were at a greater risk in in both groups. They were at greater risk of having depression in both groups. So we therefore recommend that measures be put in place for early detection and treatment of depression, and that social support be given to adolescent mothers. These were the contributors for the possibility of this study, and these are my references. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sakamela. I think we have time for 2 questions. 1, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Sagamela. Was illiteracy not a problem in your study, given that 14-year children cannot complete the question correctly?
Oh, sorry.
You can hear? Okay. I'm saying the 14-year children in your study, illiteracy level, was it not an issue in your study, given that 14-year children, given their illiteracy, won't be able to provide reliable information on your question? How did you navigate through that?
So I'll answer this question 2 ways. The majority of the people that are in our study population or in our sample size, most of them, they were in secondary level. So they did have a bit of a background as far as higher education is involved. But again, the questionnaire was translated in the language that they would prefer. If they are comfortable in Sepedi, they would be asked in Sepedi. If they are comfortable in English, they would be asked in English. So yes, so I don't think the issue of illiteracy hindered us to meet our objectives. Thanks, Prof.
Thank you. Another question? It looks like we don't have any. Oh, Dr. Komape?
Thank you for a nice presentation. I just want to find out, in terms of inclusion, you didn't explain the ethical issues that were involved in your research, and in terms of exclusion and inclusion, who did you include in your research and who did you exclude? Thank you.
So in terms of ethics, our study included people from 14 years and above. So people who were less than 18, we sought consent from their parents or guardians first. And I'm not sure, yeah, so in terms of inclusion, we included people that were pregnant and attending the prenatal care. And the ones that were already parenting were the ones that recently had babies. I'm not sure of the exact period that they were after, after they gave birth. I'm not sure about the exact period, but immunization period. Yeah, apparently they were during the immunization period.
Okay, thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Sakamela. And our next presenter is Mokhala Wonike. The presentation is about okra ameliorates hyperglycemia in pre-diabetic and type 2 patients, a meta-analysis. Over to you, Mr. Mokhala Boni. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mokhala Boni Kabelo, and I will be taking you through the the mini project that I've conducted under my PhD project, which is titled Okra Ameliorates Hyperglycemia in Pre-Diabetic and Type 2 Diabetic Patients. This is in the form of a meta-analysis, and this was conducted in the collaboration with Professor Mujaji from MRC, also with Professor Ghaffari from Iran, and also Professor Debelo from UNISA. Okay, a brief background as to why did I conduct this study. In 2022, I read the International Diabetes Federation report, and I found that the prevalence of type 2 diabetes was increasing. And this simply means the cardiovascular complications were also expected to rise. So what happened? We know that as type 2 increase, we know that there are various treatments for type 2, which are pharmacological drugs such as metformin. However, these drugs, they cause other secondary complications. For instance, we can talk about vitamin B12 deficiency, which can lead to hematological disorders such as megaloblastic anemia. We can also have peripheral neuropathy due to those treatments that are given to type 2 diabetic patients. Therefore, currently there are other researchers or scholars who are exploring various treatment natural products which are effective, but they are effective and are also cheaper. So some of that has been the use of okra in diabetes. So the okra it's a natural compound with antioxidant properties. However, the evidence from the clinical trials are showing inconsistent results in terms of controlling the hypoglycemic or to control the hyperglycemic in diabetic and pre-diabetic patients. So in this study or in this meta-analysis, I was just trying to explore the benefit of okra in terms of controlling the glycemic, glycemia, with major focus on fasting blood glucose and also the glycated hemoglobin. So in terms of study design, this study was conducted in the form of systematic review and meta-analysis. And it was conducted according to the PICO and reported according to the PRISMA, which is the preferred reporting item for systematic review and meta-analysis. Okay, continuation of the methodology. So looking into the PICO, as I've already indicated, our participants were adults with type 2 diabetes or pre-diabetes. And then in terms of intervention, we were only looking into okra, either in the form of powder or in the form of a fruit. And then in terms of control of the comparator, we looked into diabetic patients who were on placebo, or they were given, or the healthy patient who were not on any treatment. And then the outcome of interest, we look into glycemia in the form of fasting blood glucose or glycated hemoglobin. Then how did we find the evidence to conduct this meta-analysis? We used the two databases, the main database, which is Scopus and PubMed, and we used the medical subject headings such as okra and the synonyms. Also, we included type 2 diabetes as one of the search terms. Okay, in terms of result selection, from both database, which is Medline and Scopus, or PubMed and Scopus, we found 32 studies. However, at the end of the selection process, we ended up with only 8 studies that were relevant to our to the aim of our study. In terms of result of the general characteristics of included studies, we found only 8 studies, but then from each study what we did, we extracted data items such as the author and the year of publication, the study design in the country, the population size, the gender distribution, the age, dose, and the duration of intervention. And also we made a summary of findings from each study. Okay, now coming to the result. Looking into the effect of okra on the fasting blood glucose, we used the review manager and also the MetaHan as the softwares, and we found that, and the results were actually reported as mean difference and 95% confidence intervals. Then when you look at the forest plot there, we found that the overall effect from 8 studies were showing a significant decrease in terms of the fasting blood glucose, which is reported there as the negative 14.70 milligram per deciliter, and this was statistically significant. Okay, in terms of the other outcome, which is glycated hemoglobin, we found that there was no significant effect or difference between those that were given placebo and those ones who were on okra treatment, with the mean difference of 0.01 and the confidence interval ranging between negative 0.63 and 0.65. Even the p-value confirmed that what was statistically not significant as a p-value of 0.97. Okay, the focus on our discussion, based on the result that we found that there was a significant effect in terms of the fasting blood glucose. However, there was no effect on the glycated hemoglobin. Therefore, the effect of okra in reducing fasting blood glucose was confirmed. However, in terms of glycated hemoglobin, the evidence is still not clear. Therefore, in conclusion, based on the evidence, although it was from 8 studies, we found that administration of either the okra in the form of a powder or the fruit was able to reduce fasting blood glucose. Therefore, one of the recommendations would be that diabetic patient or pre-diabetic patient, they can be given okra in the form of a supplement. These are the references. And the paper has been published under the Frontiers in Pharmacology. These are some of the acknowledgements.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mokhalaboni. We have a minute for at least a question. One burning question. Okay. Then.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mokhalaboni, for the interesting presentation. So my question is that for how long, in those studies, for how long did they give them the okra? And I'm asking this because you didn't find any changes in glycated hemoglobin. And remember, glycated hemoglobin is used to assess how diabetes is controlled. So my question, you'll understand my question when I say how long did the patients were subjected to okra?
The duration of intervention. So it is still not clear, even the, I would say this is one of the limitations of the current study. As you look into the administration, the duration of treatment was not really uniform from all the studies. Also, it's not clear as to which part of the okra is more effective. As either they've used the fruit, either they've used the powder, either they've made what you call an extract. So currently, I would say that is one of the limitations of the current evidence.
Thank you so much, Memma Kusa.
I don't know if you can hear me. Yes.
much.
Can I answer the first one before you come to the? Okay. In terms of the selection procedure, the first thing that we did it was to look at the duplicate. Remember, we are looking into the two different databases. We've got the Scopus and the PubMed. So some evidence were retrieved from PubMed were also retrieved from the Scopus. So we ended up removing the duplicates, and then from there you found that some of the study were not really relevant in terms of the title, the abstract, or the aim of their study relative to our current meta-analysis. So that's how we ended up removing other from 32 to 8. Yeah, that's a very interesting question, because we know duration of diabetes can play a major role, or duration in any disease can play a major role. So what we did, other studies were not really reporting the duration of diabetes, so it was very tricky for us to get information about or to combine the evidence about the duration. So I would also put that as one of the limitation of the current meta-analysis.
Thank you so much. As we are sitting down, did you have an independent reviewer? I didn't see it in terms of validity of the information. Yes.
Okay, validity as in?
Did you have somebody independently reviewing what you have selected, what we have?
Oh yes, the study was conducted by, we were 4 in the group. We have Prof. Saba from Iran. She has done a lot with OCRA. She has done original studies, clinical on OCRA in diabetic patients. So she was invited into the panel. We also had Professor Mujaji from MRC. We also have Professor Lebelo. So what we did, when I started, I had to first search the studies, then I will send the number of studies that I received from both databases to the second person. Independently, she has to do the search and then check whether they're finding the same thing. Also, when we're moving into data extraction, the same process occurred independently.
Thank you. A round of applause for Mr. Mogala Boni. As I'm calling on stage Ntimana BC, who will be presenting about the association of kidney dysfunction and serum lipid profiles, lipid ratios among rural black population in the Dimamo HDSS. Over to you, Mr. Ntimana.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be presenting on a topic titled Association of Kidney Dysfunction and Serum or Lipid Profile and Lipid Ratios among Rural Black Population in the Dimamo Health Demographic Surveillance, Limpopo Province, South Africa. Chronic kidney disease has emerged as a major global health issue. As its prevalence increases, so does the burden of it. Worldwide, the cases of CKD has been reported to be over 697 million in 2019. It is estimated to be the fifth leading cause of death globally by 2040. CKD increases the risk of infection and cardiovascular risk factors, which prompt growing concern about the rising global mortality and prevalence rising from 6 to 16%. Serum lipids are recognized risk factors for cardiovascular illness and death, but their impact on renal health is unclear. Given the uncertainty and scarcity of literature, the present study aimed to determine the association of serum lipid profiles and lipid ratios with CKD to better understand this relationship, especially among rural black population. We believe that we report the first study to shed light on the association of serum lipid and kidney dysfunction in Limpopo province. The study was cross-sectional and descriptive and retrospective, since the study used secondary data from AUGEN phase 1. The AUGEN phase 1, the participants were selected using convenient sampling. The data was analyzed using SPSS, whereby categorical variables were presented in terms of percentages, and then continuous variables that are normally distributed were presented in terms of mean plus or minus standard deviation, and those that are not normally distributed were presented in terms of median interquartile range. To determine the association of serum lipids and kidney dysfunction, we did 3 tests. One, it was a comparative test, and then we did our partial and bivariate correlation, and then we also did a multi-logistic regression between kidney dysfunction and lipid profiles. The study was approved by TREC, and the approval to conduct the study in the Dikhaleb village was granted by the tribal authorities. This is just table 1 showing the characteristics of participants by gender, whereby we had the mean age of 52.7, and then in terms of males and females, majority of females where they were obese or had central obesity, and they were hypertensive, while majority of males were alcohol consumers and smoking. And then the prevalence of kidney dysfunction in the present study, it was 11.7, with females having the highest proportion as compared to males. This is just a comparison in terms of gender, showing between, looking at the lipid ratios and lipid profiles in terms of those who, in terms of non-CKD, non-kidney dysfunction and kidney dysfunction. But what we observe from here is that in terms of men, there was no significant difference in all between the lipid ratios and lipid profiles in terms of non-kidney dysfunction and kidney dysfunction. However, in female, we observed that females had the highest mean in terms of total cholesterol / HDL cholesterol and triglyceride triglycerides / HDL cholesterol. This is just a multi-varied logistic regression. It was split in terms of gender, trying to see the effect. So here it's in terms of gender, again in terms of estimated glomerular filtration rate and ACR, which showed that, so we didn't observe any association between ACR and estimated glomerular filtration rate with all the lipid profiles and lipid ratios. However, in females, we've seen that females, in terms of total cholesterol, females, they had 1.55 more likely to have elevated EGRF. My discussion. Since the study, the analysis was in terms of gender, we didn't observe any association with serum lipid or lipid ratios in terms of males. However, in females, we observed that males, in terms of males, we observed that total cholesterol, triglycerides, TC/HDL and TG/HDL were associated with kidney dysfunction. Conclusion: it was discovered that TC/HDL and TG/HDL are risk factors for kidney dysfunction. This suggests that increased levels of TC/HDL and TG/HDL could be useful for risk stratification and potential target to reduce the risk of the development of kidney dysfunction, particularly in women. Upcoming studies examining the causal connection between serum lipid ratios with the risk of kidney dysfunction are necessary to fully understand the potential association between increased total cholesterol/HDL and triglyceride/HDL cholesterol levels and kidney dysfunction. The findings of the present study cannot be generalized to other areas in South Africa, since this site is a very small rural area in one specific province, and because conditions may differ significantly in urban areas and among different racial population. Due to the cross-sectional study, we could not establish the causality or temporal events which requires longitudinal study. Thus, the present study included single measure of eGFR and ACR without confirmation after 3 months, which prohibited us to confirm the chronic kidney disease. But nevertheless, we believe that the present study provided some insight into the association between kidney dysfunction and serum lipids and lipid ratios among rural blood population. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ntimana. Question? You're only left with a minute. Dr. Popedi, I guess that's the only.
Oh, Mr. Ndimani, thanks a lot for the great presentation. I've got 2 questions for you. What did you use to check the functionality of your kidney status of your patients? For in case if somebody was saying is the kidneys are normal, what did you, which test did you use? Or if you are saying the kidneys are dysfunctional, which test did you use? You indicated that the design of your study is cross-sectional, meaning that there was no causality. Was regression necessary?
Okay, I will start with the first question. So we used estimated glomerular filtration rate. A decreased estimated glomerular filtration rate of 60, we considered that as kidney dysfunction. And then again we used ACR. Just that I forget what does it stand for, but we used ACR of greater or equals to T2. We considered those individuals to be having a kidney dysfunction. To answer the second question, in my understanding, when one is doing analysis, in order for one to confirm the association, it's good to start by doing a comparison to see, and then any association that you see from there, you try to confirm it by either partial, bivariate, or partial. You start by bivariate and partial, and then you also do multilogistic regression to confirm the association.
Thank you so much, Mr. Ntimana. A round of applause for him. As we welcome on stage Mashaba RG who will be presenting about the association of micronutrients and hemopoietic parameters with glucose in diabetics in a rural area of the Limpopo province. Over to you, Mashala.
So I hope the Queen's language behaves today. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Given Mashaba, and I'll be presenting on the association of micronutrients, hematological parameters, and coagulation factors with glucose in diabetes mellitus. So first of all, it is important to note that metabolic disorders and micronutrients deficiencies, as well as hematological disorders, are complications that increases with age. So in our current study, the metabolic parameter that we were referring to was glucose, and the micronutrients that we were going to measure in this case was vitamin B12, folate, and vitamin K. And for hematological parameters, we included a whole lot of things, but the ones that I will mention here is red blood cells, hemoglobin, and white blood cells. And for coagulation factors, we looked into fibrinogen and factor 7. So given that there is a high prevalence of these metabolic diseases, especially in the aged population, especially when you look into anemia of all causes in South Africa, which is at 31%, and then you look at the prevalence of diabetes mellitus, which is between 10.8% and 12.8%, and micronutrients deficiency, which is at 45%. We therefore aimed to investigate the co-occurrence of these disorders with micronutrients deficiency in our elderly population, so that we can maybe start the initial stages of finding out the causal relationship that diabetes mellitus has with those above parameters. So this was a cross-sectional study. We did receive ethical clearance from the TREC, as well as permission to conduct this study in primary health facilities from the Department of Health. This study was conducted in Hamamabolo village, which is a group of villages just behind campus. And it was conducted in 3 clinics that cover that particular area. So we had about 114 diabetic patients, and they were matched with 265 controls. And all participants did consent to participate in the study, as well as consenting for research or research output with the data that we collected from them. So the parameters that we measured was fasting glucose. We did full blood count. We also measured the micronutrients using the AU480 chemistry analyzer, as well as the hematology analyzer for full blood count measurements. We used, for statistical analysis, we used SPSS version 26. This was, I think, a year ago. And a p-value of less than 0.005 was considered. So we found that there was no significant difference in hematological parameters between the diabetic group and the non-diabetic group. We also found that there was a significant deficiency in all the micronutrients that we considered in the diabetic group compared to the non-diabetic group. We also found that there was a bit of hyperactivity of the coagulation factors in the diabetic group compared to the non-diabetic group. Then on correlation, we found that there was a negative correlation for the micronutrients in diabetic group compared to the non-diabetic group. We also found that there was a positive correlation between factor 7 and fibrinogen in the diabetic group. Then on binary logistic regression, I think there's an error there. It should be binary logistic regression, not binary and multivariate. So we found that factor 7 and the micronutrients were less likely to be elevated in hyperglycemic conditions. And fibrinogen was more likely to be high in hyperglycemic conditions. And then we move on to multivariate logistic regression, which also confirmed that outcome. So in terms of the negative correlation that we found with multivariate logistic regression, or rather in the study, we found that in literature, this was associated with hyperglycemia as well as polydipsia and polyuria, which results from hyperglycemia. And given that vitamin B12 and folate are water-soluble nutrients, there is the likelihood that they could be lost during the polyuria that patients suffer from, especially if the diabetes mellitus is not well managed. And although we found no significant difference in hematological parameters, both in we found no significant difference in hematological parameters between the diabetic group and the non-diabetic group. This to us was a bit of a surprise, because in our hypothesis we thought that if there would be a deficiency in vitamin B12 and folate, that could somehow relate to megaloblastic anemia, which could develop in the cases where there is a deficiency in vitamin B12 and folate. However, we thought that this deficiency that we found in the study could still be at a subclinical level and therefore not show in the hematological parameters that we included. And we found that there was hyperactivity of the coagulation factors of interest here, and this we found that could be as a result of chronic hyperglycemia, which results in chronic hyperglycemia damage of the endothelium through oxidative stress, which therefore lead to endothelial dysregulation of fibrinogen, thereby leading to an increase in the level of fibrinogen in diabetes mellitus. So in conclusion, we conclude that with the study findings, which is micronutrients deficiency in diabetes mellitus and coagulation hyperactivity in diabetes mellitus, we conclude that these parameters, these nutrients, should maybe be measured at a routine basis, especially in our primary healthcare facilities, so that we can prevent the co-occurrence of micronutrients deficiency with diabetes mellitus. So these are the references that we used, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mashaba. A question, one or two? Memakuse, Mr. Popedi.
So in our study, I think as a limitation, we didn't take into account the type of treatment, and we also did not take into account clinical diagnosis of diabetes mellitus. Rather, we took the presence of hyperglycemia as the likelihood of the presence of diabetes. So in terms of clinical diagnosis of diabetes, we took it as self-reported, meaning that we did not confirm if they do have diabetes mellitus, as well as the type of treatment. We didn't take that into account.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, thanks for the great presentation. My question is with regard to your laboratory methods. were you the one responsible for running all the tests?
Yes, we do have a couple of instruments like the AU480. Oh, yes, yes.
Okay.
Before we could do any, goodness. Okay, so maybe if I answer it this way, I'm not sure if I will be answering you or running away from your question. So before we could do any analysis, we calibrated our machines using 3 types of controls, which is the low, normal, and high. So if our machine was able to actually pick up those controls with known concentration, we considered that the machine was able to pick up any a percentage of or any concentration that falls within those ranges.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Mashaba. A round of applause as he goes down. Don't go very far because we'll soon be calling you. As we move along, the next presenter is Makobe M. Makobe will be presenting on the determination of the association between serum lipid ratios, carotid intima media thickness among adults residing in DiMaMo HDSS. I reckon that is not Makobe, that is Choma SSR. Thank you. Let's welcome him. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. So, yes, I'm not Ms. Makobe, but I'm her supervisor, so she's unable to attend. I'll be presenting on her behalf. So, her research topic was determination of the association between serum lipid ratios and carotid intima media thickness among adults residing in the DiMaMo HDSS. So, cardiovascular disease is considered as a chronic inflammatory disease mediated by endothelial damage and include disorders of the heart and the blood vessels. And I think one of the previous speakers indicated the burden of cardiovascular disease. Just to give you a background, among Africans, it was not common 20, 30 years back, but due to urbanization, it's becoming problematic. So previously, when cardiovascular risk was assessed, they used conventional risk factors such as blood pressure, serum lipids, diet, smoking, alcohol consumption. But those were not direct measures, so a new measurement has been developed, which is measurement of carotid intima media thickness, and it is thought that is the most ideal test to assess the risk because it directly measures the thickness of the arteries. So we use it can be measured using ultrasound, which we used in this study. So in terms of the problem statement, this carotid intima media thickness, as I said, is a new test, has been associated with conventional cardiovascular risk factors, which I've mentioned: age, gender, smoking, diabetes, hypertension. However, among these cardiovascular risk factors, when studies that are on formation of atherosclerotic plaque, they indicated the importance of serum lipids in the formation of atherosclerotic plaques. Then one will wonder, why are we in this study, are we interested in serum lipid ratios rather than serum lipids? One should take into note that the serum lipid levels that have been previously been used, total cholesterol, HDL cholesterol, triglycerides, they are divided into atherogenic and anti-atherogenic lipids. So if you only measure, for example, total cholesterol and you find it to be high, one may assume that this person is at the risk of developing cardiovascular risk factors, of which it might not be the case because the person might be protected by high HDL cholesterol. So a good measure of cardiovascular risk using lipids is to do the ratio of atherogenic lipids over anti-atherogenic lipids. So studies among Caucasians and Asians have shown that there's a relationship between carotid intima media thickness and serum lipids. However, the studies among other population groups are still scanty, and in the DIMAMO HDSS there's a number of articles on cardiovascular risk factors which have shown that the prevalence of increased serum lipids is increasing. Studies from 2005 until now, I think the increase might be over 70% in the prevalence. But however, according to our knowledge, we don't have studies that have associated carotid intima media thickness with the serum lipid ratios, which we said that unlike individual serum lipids, they are a better predictor for cardiovascular events. So the aim of the research is to determine the relationship between serum lipid ratios and carotid intima media thickness. So the study was cross-sectional and correlational, as the aim was was an association and quantitative. And the present study uses the AWIGEN phase 1 data. And in the AWIGEN, and we used the entire data from the AWIGEN database. So in terms of sampling, I will talk about how the participants were sampled in the AWIGEN project. It was a convenience sampling, and we had about 1,399 participants, 40 years, aged 40 years and above, and they are all residents of the DIMAMO villages. And we had a data extraction tool where we extracted socio-demographic information, serum lipids level, and possible biomedical confounders for the association of interest, or the association that we are interested in. We use SPSS for data analysis. We compared the participants with high and normal CMT using chi-square for categorical and t-test for continuous variables. We use bivariate correlation to assess the correlations that we are analyzing, and regression to confirm the association, and the p-value was set at 0.05. So this is the comparison of demographic, socio-demographic and biomedical factors between the two groups, normal CMT and high CMT. And of note is that those with high CMT were much older than those with normal CMT, and as a result, when we do the p-values, we have to adjust for age. Then again, what is interesting is that obesity, and you'll see this at the end, that obesity was also more, obesity and hypertension were also more common among participants with high CMT. Then these are the lipid ratios, and again, what to note is that all the lipid ratios were significantly higher among the participants with high CMT. Even the percentages of participants with high CMT were even higher in the participants with high CMT. So then we do bivariate correlation, and of interest is that this bivariate correlation confirmed the comparative analysis that the CMT levels is associated with serum lipid ratios. Then furthermore, we did a regression analysis because we know that correlation can be affected by confounders, and then we did a stepwise regression. Then I'm just presenting the last step here. And as you can see from the last step, you don't see any lipid ratios, but we find BMI, which represent obesity, hypertension, and glucose, which represent diabetes. Those are the factors that contributed most to CMT. So in the discussion, our comparative analysis showed that there is an association between CMT and serum lipid levels. That is supported by varied correlation, but regression analysis suggested something else, that is mainly BMI and hypertension. So, but that is in line with the mechanisms that explain how cardiovascular or other atherosclerotic plaque forms, is that obesity because of changes in lipid metabolism, and hypertension because of the pressures exerted in the vascular wall are more likely to cause that. So in conclusion, the serum lipid ratios are associated with CMT. However, this association seems to be mediated by obesity and hypertension. Then the limitation is that it is a convenient sampling and is a cross-sectional study. We cannot assess causal relationship. So a recommendation is further longitudinal study using randomly sampled, random sampling should be conducted. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Choma. Just one. Yes, Dr. Popet.
Presentation. Solely, my question is with regard to the ultrasound. Is the ultrasound the only tool that can measure carotid intima media thickness?
There's a DEXA, and there's also magnetic resonance imaging. So there are number, but remember, some are invasive. Ultrasound is less invasive, hence, and is available and less expensive. So that's the reason why we opted for ultrasound.
Please. Oh, the reason why I'm asking this question is that the disadvantage of an ultrasound is because it is user dependent. Yeah.
Why does it go? I agree with you, but with the AWIGEN project is that we have a quality control system that we use different people to assess to do the.
Okay. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Mr. Choma. As we welcome on stage again Mr. Mashaba, GR, who will be presenting on the association of carotid intima media thickness and dyslipidemia in diabetic patients, a meta-analysis. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Mashaba. He is our last presenter, so yeah.
So, as they say, ingoma emnandi yaphindwa. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Given Mashaba, and I'll be presenting on the association of carotid intima media thickness and dyslipidemia in diabetes mellitus. So, as a background, we find that the prevalence of diabetes mellitus is increasing both globally and in South Africa. And this diabetes mellitus is generally associated with comorbidities such as hypertension, dyslipidemia, and obesity, which therefore increases the likelihood of participants who are diabetic dying from cardiovascular-related diseases. At the same time, diabetes mellitus has been shown to be a predisposing factor to cardiovascular diseases, which include diseases of the heart and blood vessels, and our focus on those diseases will be atherosclerosis, which can be measured through the carotid intima media thickness. Now, the Atherosclerosis that results in diabetes mellitus has been associated with chronic inflammation, hyperglycemia, and dyslipidemia, which increases the inflammatory markers in the bloodstream, thereby increasing the thickness of the carotid intima media thickness, leading to carotid intima media thickness calcification. So what is the carotid intima media thickness? This is the distance between the lumen intima interface to the media adventitia interface of the carotid wall. And in normal adults, it is between 0.6 to 0.7 millimeter. And an increase of 0.1% of this carotid intima media thickness has been associated with about 15% increase in heart disease and 18% of cerebral vascular disease, thereby increasing the risk of cardiovascular disease in diabetes mellitus even further. So this is a picture of the carotid artery. As we can see, it bifurcates into the external carotid artery and the internal carotid artery, and this is where you generally measure the carotid intima media thickness. And if it happens that a person develop a carotid plaque, they're generally somewhere before the bifurcation. So, given that there is an increased risk in impaired CMT and dyslipidemia in diabetes mellitus, we found it important to investigate the extent to which diabetes mellitus patients may have of developing future cardiovascular diseases. So, the aim of the study was to review and quantitatively analyze evidence from existing clinical studies on the association of carotid intima media thickness, dyslipidemia, and dyslipidemia in diabetes mellitus. So this was a systematic review. We searched Google Scholar, PubMed, Science Direct, and Cochrane, which I forgot to put there. And we searched, or rather our search strategy included the carotid intima media thickness as a keyword, dyslipidemia, diabetes mellitus, and then we also used synonyms to those terms. So our selection criteria was that we only included studies that investigated CMT and lipid profile in diabetes mellitus compared to control, meaning that if a study did not include a diabetic group and control, we therefore could not include it. For analysis, we used comprehensive meta-analysis software as well as PSS and MetaHan web tool, and an effect size was assessed as a standard mean difference, and a p-value of 0.005 was considered. So in this study, only about 24 studies met the inclusion criteria, and then the rest could not be included for one reason or another. So we found that the carotid intima media thickness was increased in diabetic group compared to non-diabetic group with a p-value of 0.003. With total cholesterol and low-density lipoprotein, we found that there was no significant difference between the diabetic group and the non-diabetic group. High-density lipoprotein was reduced in diabetic patients with a p-value of 0.001. However, the heterogeneity there was also high. Triglycerides were also increased in diabetic patients compared to non-diabetic patients. So, okay. So with the findings of this of this study, we found that the CMT was increased in diabetic group. This could be due to insulin resistance, which increases again hyperglycemia-induced endothelial cells, and increase also the number of inflammatory markers in the blood system, which therefore lead to chronic inflammation. And chronic inflammation has been associated in different studies with the increase in the CMT thickness. Although we did not find, or before that, So we found that HDL was reduced in diabetes mellitus compared to controls. And this could be attributed to structural modifications that affect the function and synthesis of HDL. And although we did not find a significant difference between LDL and total cholesterol when comparing diabetic mellitus group and the control group, we found that in other studies they reported that there was an increased LDL and total cholesterol in diabetes mellitus, which they claimed could be as a result of impaired lipid metabolism. And with high triglycerides in diabetes, which we found to be high, it could be associated with insulin resistance, because insulin resistance has been known to promote lipogenesis, which can ultimately promote the synthesis of triglycerides. So in conclusion, we therefore conclude that it is important that we consider lipid profile and CMT as therapeutic targets to manage and treat diabetic patients, so that we help them not to develop cardiovascular related conditions. As a recommendation, as I said, we recommend routine CMT measurements and lipid profile for diabetic mellitus patients, especially in public health facilities of low socioeconomic status. This would help us, or low socioeconomic status areas, this will help us in achieving the the Sustainable Development Goal number 3, which aim at achieving the health and well-being of the population by 2030, which speaks to the quality, access, and affordability of healthcare. So these are some of the references that we used, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mashaba. I didn't see the 2 minutes thing going up, so it means we can take 2 questions.
Okay, just for curiosity, are there,
Yes, Prof.
at to your conclusion, are there studies, can you project the slide, the last one? Yes, here. Yes, are there, yes, it's fine. So I wanted you to, just for curiosity, are there studies that are conducted about the measurement of the CIMT and lipid profile in diabetic patients?
There are studies that are conducted in the CMT in diabetes mellitus, but not of a systematic review type and meta-analysis. So to actually prove this, we had to register the protocol for this study with Prospero, which the registration number is somewhere in the article. So that was to help with transparency and to help us make sure that we are not replicating a study that has been conducted somewhere else. So yeah, there are studies, but not of a systematic review and meta-analysis type.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Mashaba. A round of applause. And this will be marking the end of the session. There's tea outside, but we need to stick to the time as it appears in the program. So the next program will be starting at 11:30 in this hall. So it means we might need to have a working tea. Those who are presenting posters, quickly go to your poster. You are given 2 to 3 minutes to present it.
I'm the chair for this session. We have just confirmed that all the presenters are here, or their presentations are here. We are not sure that if they are here in person. The only person that I can see is Dr. Tata. And also I'm aware that Sewapa is also in the room. Is Mama Sheila here? Yeah, but we were told to start.
Can I put that last one? Can I exit here? I want to put.
Good morning, colleagues. I have already introduced myself. For those who were not here, my name is Melita Malatelo. My surname is Raswiswi. I'm the chair for this session, and we are having 5 presenters. I've already confirmed that there are 2 presenters that are present. Dr. Tlatlan Sewapa. I'm so sorry if I don't know your prefix. Please forgive me if I just call your surname. Sewapa. We also have Pukube. Is Pukube here? Okay, thank you. And Maluleka is also here. So we have a timekeeper with us. To all the presenters, please try to keep time. Each presenter is only having 10 minutes. On the program, it is 15 minutes. The 5 minutes is for the questions. So, timekeeper, we will show you when you are 5 minutes, you are left with 5 minutes, when you are left with 2 minutes, and when your time is up. Please, when you are presenting, look at this side to check how far you are with time. And the 5 minutes for the questions, please, fellow colleagues, you are not allowed to ask many questions being alone, because it's only 5 minutes. We will allow each to just ask one question unless there are no other hands. And there will also be just a maximum of 3 questions per presenter, depending on the time that we have. So the first presenter, Dr. Tlhatla, you can come. Please encourage her.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Tlhatla LS, and I'll be presenting about challenges faced by University of Limpopo learner nurses during psychiatry clinical exposure. On the introduction, clinical placement of learner nurse is an important part of nursing education. It gives learner nurses the chance to apply the knowledge and abilities that they have learned in the classroom to real patients while under supervision of professional nurses. The clinical placement allows learner nurses to apply theoretical knowledge learned in classroom to practice. Additionally, the clinical experience helps the learner nurses to build their cognitive and affective skills, cultural acculturation, and professional identity. While clinical placement gives the learner nurses a chance to build themselves professionally, however, it goes without saying that the learner nurses in the clinical areas have challenges meeting their learning objectives during the clinical placement. Nursing learners can't naturally transfer knowledge from the classroom to a clinical setting. Rather, their growth is influenced by their encounters and relationship with nurses and other professionals when they interact with the actual patients. This study wanted to explore the challenges the learner nurses encounter when they are allocated for their clinical exposure in the psychiatric setting. So the research approach that was used is qualitative. The research design was descriptive, explorative, and contextual design. And then the study side, the study was conducted at University of Limpopo. The population, it was University of Limpopo learner nurses level 2 to level 4 because they've all been exposed to psychiatric hospital. The convenience sampling was used, and then the inclusion all level 2 to level 4 who were exposed to psychiatric clinical environment. Exclusion, it was level 2 to 4 not willing to form part of the study. Data was collected using semi-structured interview, and the central question was, what are the challenges you face as a learner nurse during psychiatry clinical exposure? Data saturation was reached at participant number 22, and then text method of open coding method was used for data analysis. So the ethical considerations, the approval for the study was granted from the University of Limpopo Tafliop Research Ethics Committee, Director of the School of Healthcare Sciences and the Head of Department in the Nursing Science. A consent form was provided to the learner nurses to sign before the interviews, and the researchers assured the learner nurses of confidentiality, privacy, autonomy, and the principles of justice were also adhered to. So Coming to the results, these are the demographics. The learner nurses who took part of the study, in the study were 22. We had 17 females and 5 males. And then we had 5 level 2 students, 8 level 3 students, and 9 level 4 students. So the study yielded the following themes and sub-themes. The student reported that they have a challenge such as discomfort towards the mental health care users. They fear the mental health care users, and they are uncertain about their learned psychiatric skills, and clinical environment matters well. They find a psychiatric clinical area being a different clinical environment that they are not used to as compared to just a normal hospital. And then they also said they have a limited time of exposure. And then the attitude of staff at the psychiatric hospital, the student reported that the staff, when they are at the psychiatric hospital, they are not that much monitored, and they are not being supervised. And they also reported that the nurses at the psychiatric institutions do not engage them when they do their procedures. So they complain that they are not being engaged when they have to do psychiatric procedures in the hospital. So based on the findings of the study, it is evident that the learner nurses go through various challenges when they are allocated in the psychiatric hospital. And then the psychiatric hospitals are the specialized hospital that is unique, and they are mostly in an isolated environment with complicated patient conditions that which the learner nurses need to be exposed to, so that in case they find themselves working in a psychiatric environment, they don't just get there with the shock. So the emphasis of the findings has been that the learner nurses need to be at least allocated for a longer time in the clinical areas for them to be able to deliver competent psychiatric nursing care. There are also recommendations that there should be a proper orientation for learner nurses, because they said they are afraid, even if they've been allocated once or twice in the hospital, they still find themselves afraid of the mental health care users. And so proper orientation, learning objectives of the learner nurses should be clear for both learner nurses and the nurses in the hospital, because if the learner nurses can know clearly what they have to do, they cannot always wait for the sister to engage them. And the nurses, if they can clearly know what the learner nurses are coming to the hospital for, they cannot just sit and not monitor or supervise the students. There will be, if everything is clear, the learner nurses and the nurses can work together to help the student to achieve their objectives. So the other challenge is that the learner nurses do not have enough time, they're not allocated enough time at the psychiatric hospital. So it is recommended that at least they're given enough time to learn about psychiatric condition, and also to get used to the psychiatric environment, because they spend most of the time in other clinical environment but psychiatric environment. So the challenges that have been said can be addressed through proper preparation before the learners can be taken to the clinical institution. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tata, for your presentation. The 2 minutes didn't go up. So, any questions? It seems as if there are no questions. 1, 2, 3. We don't have any questions, so we can encourage her to her seat. I will just comment, because there were no questions, that I actually don't know if we have any personnel from the clinical. How I wish they can be invited to our presentation so that they can hear what we are discussing so that some of the things can be addressed. Thank you. The second presenter, it is Swapa T. We can just encourage her.
Good morning. My name is Tukiso Sowapa from the Research, Administration and Development, and I am an ethics officer for the university. So my research interest lies in ethics. So the title for my presentation is The Ethical Principle of Confidentiality in Traditional Healthcare Practice. I must disclose that this forms part of my PhD project, but I found myself very interested in the concept of confidentiality. Overall, I worked on the ethical framework for traditional healthcare practitioners when managing mental health cases. So I am from the field of psychology. So this is just what I'm going to cover. Confidentiality in healthcare refers to the duty to protect information of the patient and to share entrusted information responsibly. So basically what this means is that although healthcare professionals, we preach confidentiality, we have limitations or maybe situations where we would have to share certain information either to the public or to the courts that we discuss with our patients. And the patient's right to confidentiality is important, and this is no exception even in traditional healthcare practice. The traditional healthcare practitioners are usually the first point of contact for many people in need of healthcare services, especially for mental health cases. However, we know that the practice is so stigmatized to an extent that we would meet at the doors of a traditional healer, trying to hide that we see these people, trying to acknowledge that their methods of treatment are effective. So people go to traditional healers because they are fellow community members and they relate with them. They understand the social challenges. And studies have shown that the practice has been criticized and its effectiveness and efficacy being questioned for the longest time. However, also there are a lot of studies that shows that traditional healthcare practice is effective. This study sought to explore the concept of confidentiality as an ethical principle in traditional healthcare practice. So the aim is the exploration, and my objectives, which literally came from the probing, because I used grounded theory, to understand the meaning of confidentiality in traditional healthcare practice. And this is because most of the time, if a patient is presenting with mental health issues, when they go to a traditional healer, they are either accompanied by a friend or by a family member. So to what extent are we saying the information that the patient is discussing with the healer is protected? So that's what actually caught my interest. And also, at what point can confidentiality be breached? And if there are any consequences in the practice if there is breach of confidentiality? So the study is qualitative and I use grounded theory. So the aim of grounded theory is to, at the end of the day, come up with a theory that explains a certain process. Like I said, this is just a piece and part or an objective from my overall study. And theoretical sampling was employed. So in grounded theory, what we do, we collect data and analyze it at the same time. And the number of participants that you use at the end of the day, they are not predetermined. They are determined depending on how the theory is coming about. We collect and analyze, and the more you find interesting concepts, you can even revise the research tool. And the concept of confidentiality emerged amongst other concepts, forming part of an ethical framework that informs the traditional health practitioners in the management of mental health cases. Sorry. So these are my findings. The study found that privacy and secrecy are embedded in how traditional healthcare practitioners views and perceives confidentiality. So it is more about what we are discussing is private, more about what we are discussing is secret, than to say that we are not going to share it or we are protecting it, not to share it to the next person. And the study also revealed that confidentiality is more than a patient's right and an ethical principle, but more of a spiritual obligation and also a moral obligation that goes with care, respect, and honesty in the practice. Traditional health practitioners explain that they may face the wrath of their ancestors if confidentiality is breached. So when asked about, then how do you advertise yourself? Do your patients go out and say this, I've healed so and so, or how do you do that? And that's why we have so many fake traditional healers, or people just coming into the practice, ruining the most beautiful practice of us as Africans. And the wrath of the ancestors, they said it can be anything. You just find yourself being whipped as a traditional healer. You just find your things not going well as a traditional healer. And then that's when you would have to go back and really question your practice as a healer. And these are my conclusions, that although different from how confidentiality is perceived in Western health practice, traditional health practitioners does adhere to the ethical principle. And traditional health practitioners initiation training, that is where it all starts. If a traditional health practitioner is initiated by a healer who understands these principles, who is guided by the ancestors, who they understand and respect autonomy, then whoever they are training also carries themselves that way. And respect for autonomy and ancestors contributes towards the good overall ethical behavior of the traditional health practitioner. Traditional health practitioners should be more willing to share about their practices for the benefit and the growth of this health system. There has been lots and lots of attempts even in different countries for the traditional health practice to collaborate with Western health practice, and there is always a call. But we need to go back and relook at the ethical issues involving and comparing the two systems. And the traditional health practitioners' ethical practices should be formally documented. That's why we're trying. And more studies addressing the traditional health care practitioners' ethical practices should be conducted. This is to researchers. And this is just appreciation from my funder, the NIHSS. They funded me for my PhD. And this is the list of references. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sowapa. We still have time for questions, and I'm happy we are doing so well on time. Any other question? 1, 2. Thank you. So we are having only 2. Yes, Prof, you can start. Prof Gibson.
Thank you very much for that really interesting presentation. I have to declare an interest because I work with Professor Sodi, around mental health and the interface between traditional healers and Western biomedical healers. One thing that struck me was, this is a good example of what I was talking about yesterday, about the issue of two-eyed seeing, different paradigms and where they come together and collide and how they both understand each other. So I think it's really interesting also that you're on ethics, and to have you here, is really great, because I think, we need more communication with our, I'm not saying here, but generally with our ethics people, more conversation, etc. So well done for that. So my question is, so it's the kind of so what really of what you found. What does it mean for us doing research in this area and working with traditional healers? How do practices need to adapt or be shaped in both ways, actually, for both traditional healers and people, from the health professions who may be wanting to work with them? So it's a little bit about what are the implications of your findings?
Thank you, Prof. Gibson. Okay, can we hear the question?
conduit through the ancestors. Because traditionally healers are transmitting the knowledge of ancestors. Unlike the Western medicine where it's patterned by individual. Traditionally you can't pattern the knowledge that rests with ancestors. Now how do you get, and this is the challenge with the Western researchers, because how do you enter into the world of traditional healers to get permission to conduct studies among the traditional healers? Number two, which leads to the confidentiality. It is the issue of how do they also get permission to disclose what they are supposed to disclose? Because knowledge from them is from ancestors. We don't own the knowledge. It is owned by ancestors. And yes, it's a very nice one, especially those who are doing psychology and psychiatry. We know that most of our students, even in university, they will have psychological problems that means ancestors. They may be newborn, not going to like every church. It's a story to tell for another. Thank you.
Psychologists, counselors, and the others. The challenge that also hindered or made a lot of researchers to research on ways that can help both to collaborate, because at the end of the day, whether we hide it, as the fellow colleague said it there, people do consult traditional healers. The literature confirms that people consult traditional healers. Because this is just a piece from my overall study, I found that traditional healers, they don't have a problem to refer. Because when a patient comes presenting with mental health issues, you'll find that they also presenting with other health issues that would need either a nurse or they would need to go to the hospital. And when I further questioned about, are you saying that there are certain conditions that can be treated by Western health practitioners that you cannot be able to treat as traditional healers? And the answer to that was, they can treat everything, because it has always been like that, but the method which they use would take a bit of time. So if a patient is presenting and the patient is weak, they would refer the patient to the clinic, go get water, go get, go get tested. So that is what I actually found. But literature for the other side, they say that the Western treatment methods, they become affected because sometimes patients use both without disclosing. So that is where the challenge is. So I think if we can just have a situation where we are free, where patients are free to disclose, they would be able to get advice from both. And that's how I'm just thinking that it can actually work. Thanks. Okay, the second one I didn't get it well, is the question to me, how did I get the approval? Or how did the traditional healers become comfortable to share this? Okay. Okay, let me answer that one first. This is very interesting because if you look at my methodology, I used grounded theory. So what I was trying to do was to come up with a framework looking at all these ethical issues involved, but specifically looking at mental health conditions. So I got my approval through TIREC, and the topic was just clear towards an explanatory model of mental health practitioners, Yeah, but to go to a traditional healer, and I'm going to disclose, I actually had a discussion with Prof. Linda earlier on ethical issues involved when we do research and how we coin and put these things in our proposals. because I am working as an ethics officer, I say this thing. So yesterday when she was presenting, she explained some of the challenges they have with the project of spices in terms of context. Number one, when you get to the traditional healer, this is what happened when I was collecting my data. I followed all the rules, and that's why from my methodology, I borrowed from Chama's intensive interviewing. My interviewing was just not interviewing, it was intensive interview. To an extent that when I get in, they would say that we saw you yesterday, that someone from the university is coming. And I was pregnant when I was collecting the data at some point. Before we could get to anything, I was already told the gender of the baby. So, and it gets to be more of a discussion, dipoledishano, than, yeah, it gets to be more of dipoledishano than to say that I am sitting and interviewing a traditional healer. And you inherit, when I get, oh, you're stopping me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I had to stop her. You will discuss together. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. It's
Thanks.
very interesting.
Thanks. Sorry.
We had to continue. Okay, we can go to our third presenter. There are some changes with the presenter. It's not Mama Shela, TA, but we are having Nematandani.
Oh, no,
What?
here,
Oh, okay. It was not corrected with me. I'm sorry, Mama Shela. It is time for you to present now. You can come up. Okay, let's just encourage him. Or maybe you, because you just walk in, can we take somebody else? Oh, okay.
Are you aware your presentation is in PDF? All right, but it will go.
You go.
Yeah. Continue.
No, it bounced back at some point. Thanks, and good day, colleagues. I'm going to present my topic on students' perceptions of the medical curriculum at University of Limpopo. If I can move it. My apologies, I just walked in because of some pressures that I was encountering, but I had sent Prof. Madiba a message that I'll try by all means to make it. So, this was in fulfillment with my master's degree for health science education, and I decided with my supervisor to look at what we currently have as a university, because since 2016, we had a first cohort of medical students, and the program has run until the full cycle, basically. I think even 2-3 more graduates, and then we decided that let's look at the curriculum as part and parcel of Am I audible? Yeah. As part and parcel of curriculum review process, one wanted to do the full cycle of review with all stakeholders, as we are aware that curriculum is not just the content in the module, but it's everybody, including these desks here. So, but we then decided to focus on students because that's another bigger project. But in any case, like I said, since 2016 there was this program, and this program was aimed at alleviating some of the human resource challenges in the country. And UL took a lead on that and had this program in place to improve the health system in terms of human resource as a priority, which is a national, even a global priority actually in Africa, as we say. But then any educational program, it follows a process designed by various stakeholders, accreditation and implementation, before implementation. And this was done by the University of Limpopo. But now, the students, for obvious reasons, were not consulted during the process and even during this program. And we thought, let's consult them so that, because the program is already running, let's get their views on this curriculum, because one of the ways of evaluation I mean, of curriculum development is this evaluation, because we need to know, is this program working? Is it achieving what is intended to do or so? To identify those challenges. And this has not been done for this particular program. And that is the aims of the study. It was to determine these perceptions of the medical students who were enrolled in the program about the program. And those were the objectives, mainly to look at the issues of environment or the context of their teaching and learning and the resources. How do students view resources when it comes to this curriculum? And the structure and delivery of the modules. Now, it was conducted here at School of Medicine, the faculty, and we followed a cross-sectional descriptive quantitative using a survey design. We targeted the students who were in the year 2 to year 5, but then it's important for me to mention here, when the ethics was granted, the students were not yet in the year 6, then COVID hit. And all of you are aware what COVID did to research as well. We had to go back and do that, and by the time we came back, obviously, there was COVID, and we had to also amend and include some of the experiences when it comes to COVID. So all students who were in the year 2 to year 5 were then included. The year 1 students we excluded then because they don't have any experience. Year 6 at the time, like I say, they were not yet in year 6, were not included. Nelson Mandela Fidel Castro students were also excluded. That's a sample. There was a total of 226 students, and that is the breakdown per year level. So a total of 226. And the data collection, it was between April 22 and completed June 22. Like I said, most of the 2020, 2021, the students were online, and we could not change the questionnaire. We just modified it and continued doing the self-administered questionnaire. And this is some of the sections of the questionnaire from what the data. We wanted to look at the biographical information, teaching, learning, and assessment in the medical curriculum, and the learning environment, and student accommodation institutional processes. I will report on the, I think, 1 to 3 at this stage. That's how we manage the data. We captured using EpiCollect version 5 and descriptive analysis to both quantitative and open-ended questions, because there were open-ended questions. Now, response rate was about 65%, and gender was 60 to 55, which is something that is commonly seen across institutions. Then that is the age distribution of the students. We had a higher number of students who were in the year, who were in 21 to 23. Now, this is how they perceive the volume of work. That is the modules that they were delivered. Now, year 1 module, there was one module particularly, if not 2, essential of disease process and biology and chemistry of life, that students said these modules are heavy. That's how they responded. Year 2, they highlighted respiratory system and gastrointestinal tract system. They perceive these modules as heavy for them when it comes to the teaching and learning related processes. Year 3, there was one particular module that is reticuloendothelial system and hematological system at 79% there. But the overall perception of coping with students with studies, most of the students, they found it difficult to transit from basic education to higher education. And they also found it difficult when it comes to the theory component of their teaching and learning when it comes to the modules there. Assessment methods, students said multiple choice was the most commonly used. Essays are the least commonly used or hardly ever used. Short answer questions are also quite commonly used. And the OSCE, that is the Objective Structured Clinical Examination, was also used, but you'll see here it peaks at a particular year level because they are now doing clinical studies. The Viva, it's hardly used as well. Now, their best method of assessment was multiple choice question, because you will see that they say it covers a lot of topics, especially when the module content is a lot. And these are some of the things that what they said about the MCQ. And it helps you to explore possible answers, and it assists you in thinking hard about your answer. West method was essay because issues of bias and also the fact that it promotes regurgitation and cram work. Now, when it comes to teaching facilities used, students said they were satisfied, most of them, about 41%, but then they highlighted the fact that the lecture rooms that were used were in a laboratory, so the sitting there was a big problem for them at the time. Now, the value of dissection halls, that's when they do anatomy, they valued it, and they appreciated that anatomy because you get to learn how to dissect and you get to see the gross structures and not just animated ones from the notes. When it comes to technologies, Blackboard was one of the main things that they indicated, but you can see the mixed methods of technologies when it comes to teaching and learning were applied. That is what they said. So that is what they said about Blackboard. They said it allows them to go back because the lectures are recorded and they can revise at their own time and learn at their own time. When it comes to library accessibility, they have very good access, but they complained about limited operating hours based on the nature of their program because they will be doing clinical work, and when it comes to exams, they are doing exams throughout the year compared to other programs that there's an exam period. The insufficient books, they highlighted that, and lack of functional library equipment. The value of internet in learning, they were satisfied with internet access, most of them, and they commented on the EduRAM and the fact that university provides them with data and Wi-Fi connection when they're in the university. But there are limitations that they also highlighted when there's no electricity and library issues as well. The value of cadavers, this is when they do anatomy, they were satisfied, most of them. They appreciated that the fact that most of them, they said, the ratio of cadaver to students was quite satisfactory, but there's a certain percentage that said there are more students, but they also complained about the late arrival when it comes to administrative issues of those cadavers that are used for teaching and learning because they arrive after their program has started. And these are the ones who were not satisfied because they say they are not enough. Some of them, they say they arrive late. When it comes to online teaching during COVID, they embraced it, online teaching and learning related. However, they indicated challenges at the time when it started because obviously it was a national issue when we had to transit, and including the lecturers that were not capacitated in using the modality of online teaching. And there are those that did not have difficulties, and they embraced it, and they actually said it must continue beyond the COVID pandemic in terms of that. And that is, I'm told that my time is up, and yeah, I'll wrap it up. The School of Medicine, I think this is just the discussion points to say the demographics are actually in line with the general university population and other institutions of higher learning when it comes to medical schools. When you see females, males, and the age distribution and the fact that you had cohort, students that were coming from other institutions, there's a percentage that is highlighted. But the factual overload, it's also consistent with the findings of the accrediting bodies, both the professional and educational body. Those factual overloads that they indicated on the module, the transition from school was not easy, meaning there's a need for that support. And different methods of pedagogical, the pedagogical instructions were used, as you have seen, MCQ, the different technologies that were used. And assessment method as well were mixed. The lack of suitable dedicated lecture rooms was highlighted. Library accessible, but we have indicated that there are issues and the appreciation of cadavers. The limitations are there because remember we did not include the products of this who are now working so that they can give an overall perception on the curriculum. And also the fact that I highlighted that it did not include other stakeholders who are key, but then these are the key stakeholders as well. And I think that should be about it when I said students are important stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We tapped into question and answering time, so we won't allow any questions. Ladies and gentlemen, if we have any question, please keep it and be in contact with Dr. Mamashiela. We can go to the fourth presenter. Mr. Pukube is not here, but Mr. Nto will present.
Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. As the chair has already alluded that I'm here on behalf of Mr. Pugube, who had to go for another engagement. So the topic is a qualitative study on the voices of South African learner nurses on occupational health and safety during clinical learning. Please do take note that this study was conducted before COVID-19. Hence, we are saying that it's a pre-COVID-19 pandemic. Then this is the overview of my study, the introduction, the purpose of the paper, the study context, methodology, result, and conclusion. Then for the clarification, the occupational hazard are the workplace issues that can increase an individual health risk. Then they can also be classified as either biological or non-biological. And then commonly nurses, they encounter physical, chemical, and psychological occupational hazard. Then, because we are speaking about the occupational hazard that the nurses are commonly exposed to, I will also get to explain to that which mostly nurses are affected or they are exposed to. However, the clinical learning of learner nurses is a fundamental component of nursing education and is essential in integrating theory into practice as prescribed by South African Nursing Council regulation. Despite various occupational health and safety laws, standard operating procedures, and legislature, students continue to be subjected to the same occupational health hazard as registered nurses during clinical learning. In our different workplaces, in hospitals, clinics, we do have a laws or a standard operating procedures, SOP, in place. But the question is, this SOP, do they also cover for nursing students or they only cover for nurses? But we will also get to answer that question as we go along. Then commonly, nurses encounter physical, chemical, ergonomic, and psychological hazard. The physical, it may be that where that nurses has to change the obese patient position in a hospital, whether the nurse can sustain a strain on her back. Then for instance, a nurse, like I was saying, that obese position, patient position. Also, nurses are prone to psychological risk, such as stress, depression due to heavy workloads, shortage of staff, and inadequate equipment. This was also seen or observed during COVID-19, where that most of healthcare professionals were exposed to the psychological distress. Then subsequently, needle pricking and body fluids splashing on the skin and mucosa are occupational health hazard, commonly occurring among nursing students also. Noting the above discussion, needle stick injuries are the most common ways for blood-borne viruses such as the HIV and other conditions. In the study conducted by Rasweswe and Peu in Gauteng, in Tshwane district, it was discovered that nurses who were prone or who were exposed to, it was a study amongst, I think, 94 nurses. Only 40 were exposed, and then only 16 of those 40 nurses reported that incidence of exposure. So it tells you also that nurses, they are not reporting these incidences. So if the professional nurses they cannot report, what about the nursing students? But let's move on. Where does this paper fit in? Globally, it is estimated that 2 million healthcare practitioners are exposed to percutaneous exposure yearly. In South Africa, the prevalence of occupational exposure is approximately 92% among healthcare professionals. That's according to Mercado and others. For example, occupational exposure is responsible for 5.1% of HIV infections in several African sub-regions such as Botswana, Congo, Malawi, and South Africa. Learner nurses are no exception to occupational health hazard. Therefore, the current paper explored the nursing student experiences of occupational health and safety during clinical learning. This study was conducted in the Limpopo province in the Capricorn district. Then it was conducted among the learner nurses who are registered by SANC under the regulation 174. Then this study was only conducted in one nursing education institution, which is it's a limitation for our study. We do acknowledge that. Then the study was also conducted among all the nursing students. The study methodology. The research approach, it used the qualitative study, explorative and descriptive and contextual design was used. The population of this study was all learners who are registered 174. Then the sampling was a non-probability purposive sampling. Then the sample size was 31 nursing students. That's when we reached data saturation. And the data was collected on one-on-one structured interviews and was also analyzed using Tesh open coding method. Then coming to the findings, 2 themes emerged in this study, namely student health and safety experiences during clinical learning, and then also the measures to promote occupational health and safety during clinical learning. Then for theme 1, 2 sub-themes emerged: inadequate provision of protective clothing or equipment, where that nursing students were not catered with PPE during their clinical learning, because always the staff or professional nurses or other staff such as doctors, they will say, no, you're wasting gloves, you are wasting aprons, you are wasting this and that, especially when nursing students want to utilize that for their safety. Then there was also issues of a lack of clinical mentoring, where that nurses, they didn't have enough or adequate time to support our nursing students or clinically mentor them. Then this also came in as a challenge, which exposed our nursing students to this occupational health and safety. Then the measures to promote occupational health and safety during clinical learning, it was said that the first sub-theme was that the provision of voluntary vaccination against infectious diseases. This remains to be a challenge, especially in our institution. I think even in today, where that I think it's the issues of perception of the attitude towards the available vaccines, but other than that, it's also the availability of those vaccinations. Proper education, management, and provision of personal protective equipment, where that came in as a sub-theme to say that we need to cater a proper education, management, and provision of personal protective equipment. Nursing students, they need to be taught on how to manage the PPE. And then in-service training on occupational health and safety and infection control. This mainly is only designed for nursing and other healthcare professionals. In most cases, nursing students are excluded, or any other student are mostly excluded, whereas they are also affected by these challenges in clinical learning. So perhaps we should also consider offering them an in-service training on occupational health and safety. Proper cleaning of environment and maintenance of hospital infrastructure. The infrastructure, it can be amount to the issues of no water in hospitals. If the hospital doesn't have water at all, how are students going to survive in that environment? So hence we are talking about the proper cleaning and maintenance of hospital infrastructure. Then there were issues of availability of security guards in each ward. This amounts to the issues of safety of nursing students and all other personnel in the hospitals. Then the recommendations based on the results of this paper. Then we are recommending that the ongoing in-service training on occupational health and safety and infection prevention and control for students is strongly recommended. The development of specific precautionary guidelines to safeguard learner nurses' health and safety and facilitate effective clinical learning. And also for professional nurses and educators to adequately mentor students during clinical learning. And then lastly, we call for the further research is recommended on developing specific, scientific, solid-based learner nurses occupational health and safety training program in the Limpopo province. Then in conclusion, the study findings reveal that students are exposed to severe occupational health and safety, to occupational health hazards during clinical learning due to inadequate personal protective equipment and clinical mentoring provision. Otherwise, the clinical learning of nursing students is vital to nursing education in fostering clinical competency among nursing students. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Nto. On behalf of Mr. Pukuye, he didn't finish his time. One question, and please don't be lengthy in answering if there is any question. Yes, this one question.
Okay, thank you. I just want to find out what would you say a recommendation with regards to addressing the issue regarding vaccinations and shortages, because so I completed my degree, 4 years degree in the faculty, and I found out after university that I was actually supposed to be vaccinated, get a hepatitis B vaccine, which I didn't get. So what would you say, what would you advise, or what would you recommend that it be done to address this shortage? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for that question. I think one of the reasons why we are presenting is to give those recommendations, actually. And I'm glad that some of the management, they are here. I think, to be more specific, I think there is a issues of discrepancy in terms of offering of these vaccinations. I mean, the example, it will be hepatitis B. It's only certain programs, students who are receiving those hepatitis B vaccinations, whereas others, they are not. So I think it's a call for management to say that we need to foster, we need to ensure that there is a provision and adequate provision of vaccines to all students across the faculty, because we cannot only be prioritizing only certain program, but otherwise, thank you.
Thank you. Let's encourage him. Other questions, you can engage him separately. Thank you. Now we can allow our last presenter. Not last. I was told that not last. Maluleke, can you come forward for your presentation? Let's encourage Maluleke.
Something from here. Just attrition. Which one? Just attrition, go down. Go down until attrition. Where's attrition? Yeah, this one. It will be the last one. Yeah.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Kitumetsu Maluleka, and I will be presenting my study, Contact Lens Fitting in Northwest Province, South Africa, Practitioner Clinical Competencies, and Contact Lens Related Practices. The study was supervised by Dr. V. N. Sukati and Ngwana, PMW. The background of the study: optometrists are trained to have in-depth knowledge of visual and clinical clinical optometry, refraction, binocular status, prescribing indications and philosophies, biomedical contact lens indications, contact lens modalities, contraindications, and maintenance. Contact lens is a critical aspect of optometry services because some ocular condition may only be managed satisfactorily with contact lenses. The rate of contact lens fitting in South Africa is low, and some studies elsewhere suggest that availability of resources and skills level may be a contributory factor to the phenomenon. There were no studies conducted to evaluate the competencies and skills of optometry in South Africa. The purpose of the study: the aim of the study was to assess, record, and scrutinize the proficiencies and aptitudes of optometrists regarding contact lens practices within the Northwest Province of South Africa. Our objective of this study were to assess practitioners' perception of their competencies to fit contact lenses, to determine the profile of conditions and manage strategies employed by optometrists in managing ocular and visual conditions with contact lenses, and also to describe information on clinical resources relevant to contact lens fitting. I'll move on to the methods. The design. This study utilized a quantitative cross-sectional survey. The sample and sampling, 121 optometrists from public and private services were purposefully selected from the total population of the 369 optometrists practicing in Northwest Province. The Sloven formula was used to estimate the sample. On data collection, closed-ended structured questionnaire delivered through emails and WhatsApp platform was used, and data was analyzed through the present study employed SPSS to analyze data. Data were analyzed using descriptive statistics, frequency distributions, and chi-square tests. On our results, about 84% of optometrists fitted contact lenses in their places of work, and about 9.9% did not fit contact lenses due to inadequate competencies. Over 79.3% reported good to excellent skill in history taking, and 79.4% in examination of corneal health, and 78.2% on determining the contraindications, and 84.3% in tear function testing. Only 70% of optometrists had a keratometer, while 47% had slit lamp in their practices. 102 participants reported keratoconus as the most common condition fitted with contact lens, followed by pellucid margin degeneration. These are just the graphs summarizing our results. And 70% of participants rated themselves as excellent on the overall knowledge of contact lenses, and 5% rated themselves poor. On our discussion finding regarding the first objective of the study, the limited expertise in product awareness, fitting capabilities, technical knowledge, and assurance were among the impediments to fitting multifocal contact lenses. This might explain why some optometrists rated themselves competencies as insufficient. And discussion of finding regarding the third objectives of the study, a paramount correlation emerged between the self-reported competencies of practitioners and the presence of advanced clinical resources, suggests that clinical boasting superior equipment tend to be associated with practitioners of heightened competency. On our conclusion, the study concludes that optometrists reported to have sufficient knowledge of contact lenses. Through fitting, attention needs to be focused on those that did not have sufficient skills and as a requirement toward their scope of practice. That study was based on self-reported knowledge and skills. Objective determinations of the competencies levels is recommended. A meticulous correlation analysis indicates the relationship between various variables and the competency in fitting contact lenses. For instance, an increase in the years of practice and the number of patients requiring contact lenses per day exhibit a positive relationship with the competency of practitioners. Moreover, practitioners having relevant equipment and qualification in optometry or related field, along with self-reported competencies in contact lens case history and pre-fitting clinical tests, significantly enhance the fitting competency. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Any questions? I think we still have 2 minutes, one question, and the rest of the questions, they will be directed to her separately. 1, 2, 3, gone. Thank you. On our list, we were supposed to be done, but there is one who is added, Prof. Namatandani. You can come.
To honor this occasion. I just arrived now. My presentation is about the ghost of apartheid in South Africa. A 42 years review of dental therapy. This is part of what we have done for my PhD student, Phumla Soto, when I was Dean at Wits University. So I'm sharing with you some of the work that is coming recently. The outline of my presentation, it says it's indicated there. I wouldn't take much time on that one. However, it's important that some of us understand what is the difference between dental therapist and dentist and oral hygienist. In African languages, you all call it doctors, barmen. There is no differentiation between oral hygienists, dental therapists, and dentists. You all call it kidokotela wamen. So in a community, there is that perception that all of them are dentists. That's not correct. But having said that, dental therapists are mid-level professionals. They are independent and sometimes they are supervised. Their role is usually to focus on the primary health care prevention, scale and polish, and simple fillings. They are not supposed, within their scope of practice, to really get into surgical procedures of removing or cancers or whatever. Theirs is cleaning the teeth, simple filling, and dealing with that one. And they're not a replacement of dentists. But in South Africa, it has been the case. That's why we coined it the ghost of apartheid. Their training is for 3 years compared to those of a dentist, which is 6 years. And their salary, it's relatively small compared to the one of a dentist. Globally, what is happening, dental therapy was first introduced in New Zealand among the Aboriginals in 1921. Of course, it was to make sure that the Aboriginals do have some little care of their teeth relative to the whites at that time. That was not a mistake. In South Africa, it was introduced the same way. The first dental therapist training was here at Sishiwi in 1972, before it moved to what is now called SMU. Before that period, there were no blacks that were allowed to do dentistry. It were only whites. So if you check in your database, you will never get a dentist who trained before 1970. All of them trained after 1970. So globally, there has been an importation of the principle that was introduced from New Zealand, and we have it here in South Africa. So the purpose of our study was to say what has happened in these 42 years and what is currently happening. It was just to describe the demographic. It's part of the triangulation of the whole PhD research, but I've just sampled this one, which was just about the demographic profile of dental therapists in South Africa, and describe what is the attrition, what is happening, where are they, and what is happening. The method as it is, the database was from HPCSA. This is where they've got the database of all health professionals trained in South Africa. So we documented the review and we had access and approval from the university, the Wits University, and then to the HPCSA. ethics committee, we got approval to collect the data. We analyzed it and then also looked at the attrition rate using the formula, which is very concise. Now, the finding revealed that dental therapists registered in that period for almost 42 years. We've got 1,300, so to say, compared to 8,000 dentists in South Africa. From 2019, you only have roughly 700. Now, you would imagine what happens when you don't have such a people who must be doing the primary health care work. And when we are talking about the NHI, in the whole of South Africa, you would never have people that will be dealing with the NHI, because these are the mid-level oral health workers that should be dealing with those things. The geographic location, you can see most of them were in Gauteng, because Gauteng is where Medunza then or SMU were training them. That is where you have most of them if you check here. Now, in 1989, we then have KwaZulu-Natal, the half dental school which has started, and then they've got those one. Limpopo, if you look at it, we are just having 9% or 10% when we look at that population of 7 million or 6 million in the latest statistics. We have a problem. Now, the racial profile of it, as it's indicated, it's more, majority of them are blacks. And if you look around here, the whites, now you need to have a historic context of what happens when you have the whites in that area. When they are not accepted in dentistry, they will be lying low, waiting to go into dentistry. So that is where we have this profile of the situation where we have now. The attrition rate in that 42 years of 1,300, 60% are no longer practicing dentistry at all. They have now moved into different areas. In the other part of the study which we have published, they want to do medicine, they want to do dentistry. That has been the attrition rate where we no longer have dental therapists or the mid-level oral health workers. Now, what has been our conclusion and recommendation? We have found that majority of them are Africans, as I have indicated, and most of them are in the provinces where they are training, and there is a high attrition rate. We had on a separate study to indicate why have they moved. Those are separate issues, but the recommendation is what is important. When we attended the Presidential Health Summit, which relates to the Human Resource Plan for South Africa, it has recommended that we should increase the training of mid-level oral health workers. And emanating from that, there is a need to expand the training of dental therapists in the other provinces, recruit from the undergraduate communities, and explore the factors that are leading to the attrition and also address them. It is for that reason that University of Limpopo has embraced the initiation of starting of a dental school here for 2025. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Prof. We still have 2 minutes. We can allow one question to Prof. There is one.
Thank you, Prof. My question is, what are the implications of this study?
The implications are very simple. In a period where the training was specifically made for Africans and at a lower level of their training, and now most of them are no longer there practicing, we are now saying South Africans in the different areas, they do not have people that will take care of their teeth. So the implication is to inform policymakers and also to make sure that the factory, which are the universities of production, from this study, 3 universities have started to say they would want to start the training of dental therapists because the output is very low. And if we are looking at almost 300 that should be produced in a year, and currently they're producing 7 or 8, that means other universities should take it. So the implication is that we need to have more dental therapists. But then the production which is in the university should embrace that. That is the reason why we are having this problem.
Just a comment, but it strikes me there does need to be that investment, because if we want to achieve UHC and comprehensive primary health care, actually having those people in the communities is really, really important.
Question. Okay.
What do you think about that?
Factors. Out of this study, we had gone to Treasury, we had gone to the higher education. Because you see, it's in the funding. If you are funding a program of dental therapists, which is 3 years, you know, university works by money that they receive. The longer the program, you get the money. But if you are training dental therapists that will not give return to the university, other universities will not take them. But there has been a call from the Presidential Health Summit to say, universities, if you want it, the NEFSAS is the line where you would get this money from. Thank you.
Thank you so much. According to the program, we were supposed to have exhibitions and poster judging. I was informed that it has fallen, so it is no longer there, meaning that from here we were going straight for lunch. And also the lunch time has been cut with 30 minutes. 1:30 we should be back. And thank you very much for being such a good audience. And for those that we were not allowed to ask the questions, please ensure that you contact the presenters for those questions. Thank you so much.
Girl, both are not in the room. Can we make sure maybe next door?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rapopape Larato. I'll be presenting one assessment of knowledge and attitude of women regarding the use of implanon as a birth control method in Shoton local area clinics, Greater Letaba municipality in Mopani district. The study is supervised by Prof. Motello, co-supervised by Dr. Khatla and Dr. Mabila. This is the overview of the presentation. Introduction. Contraceptives are the pillars in reducing pregnancy in women. Contraceptive methods are aimed at improving the lives of women by minimizing unplanned pregnancies and subsequent termination of pregnancies. However, other studies done in sub-Saharan countries such as Mozambique and Zimbabwe have noted positive results on the implanon utilization. It has also been documented that in these countries, the effective implanon was the one that lasted up to 5 years with two-rod Norplant system. Although the South African government health policy supports access to comprehensive reproductive health care, including contraceptive methods, there are hindering factors such as lack of access and knowledge that prevent women from obtaining contraceptive, effective and consistent utilization. Problem statement. Chapter 2 of the South African Bill of Rights states that everyone has the right to healthcare services, including reproductive health, inclusive of contraceptives. The South African Department of Health National Clinical Contraceptive Guideline emphasizes the importance of supplying women with access to safe and effective contraception. Despite the multiple benefits offered by the long-acting contraceptive known as Implanon Next, There is low uptake of implant contraceptives. The statistics in Shotong local area clinics indicate that amongst women who used contraceptives, none of them opted to use the implant. During practice, the researcher has observed that majority of women in the Shotong local area opted other contraceptive methods other than implant. Based on these statistics, it is imperative to understand the knowledge of women on the contraceptive method. Purpose of the study is to determine the knowledge and attitude of women regarding the use of implant. The objectives of the study are to describe the knowledge and attitude of women regarding the use of implant, to assess the level of awareness on implant as a birth control method, to determine the association between the social demographics and the knowledge and the attitude of women regarding the use of implant, to determine if women have intentions on using the implant contraceptives. Significance of the study. The study might increase access to the contraceptive implant for women and also be beneficial for young women and women living in rural and remote areas who may find it difficult to access contraceptives. In nursing services, the study will assist the nurses to assess the uptake of implant and how to give health education on the different types of contraceptive method. It will also contribute in informing healthcare workers in bridging the gap of the lack of knowledge among women of childbearing age and adolescents in the use of long-acting reversible contraceptives. It might assist the Department of Health to see where they are lacking and what they should improve on the modern contraceptives. Development of educational guidelines and materials for healthcare professionals and women seeking implant contraceptives should also be made available on everyday contraceptive. Research methodology. The researcher used a quantitative descriptive cross-sectional study approach. And the study was conducted at Shotong local area clinics, namely Bulowedu, Matsui, Mujaji 5, and Shotong. The population in the study was all women of the childbearing age from the identified clinics who were visiting those facilities for contraceptive methods. The population of the study was 682. This number was calculated from the statistic of last year, the first 3 months, January, February, and March. The sampling method, the researcher used stratified random sampling method to select the participant, and which ended up to the sample size of 252. And also this number was also divided according to the clinics. Data was collected using self-administered questionnaire, and it was also analyzed using a computer software PSS version 28 with the help of a statistician and the help of the supervisor. Presentation of results, interpretation and discussion. On the knowledge on implant, 53% of participants knows about the implant, and 47% have never been told about it. They have received the information from the family and friends. Almost 32% of them received the information from family and friends. 6% received from the nurses. And almost 60% they didn't give input on the information, on the source of information. So based on this result, it shows that nurses and doctors, specifically healthcare professionals, it means that we are not giving information on the method of this contraceptive. Participants were asked which method they know. Almost 98% of the participants indicated that they know injectables. whereas implant is at 34%. This shows that there is still no knowledge of implant, they don't know about it. And as it is compared to the method that is being used, oral contraceptive, injectables are also still high again. They are using injectables other than implants. Attitude of women in the use of implant. When participants were asked, will they ever use implant as a birth contraceptive method? Most of them responded disagree. They will never use implant. They were asked about the safety of the implant. While they indicated they are not sure about the safety of implant, but they can recommend other people to use it. On this one, the question may come saying, are they going to recommend others to use it because they know it's safe, or they just want to test its safetiness about others? When they were asked about if the implant, is it true that the implant is getting lost in the women's body, they also responded they were not sure. And they were also not sure if women who are using implant can still fall pregnant while using it. They were asked if they think implanon is the best contraceptive, and they still responded they were not sure about it. So also all these response, it shows that they don't know about the benefits or the side effects of the implant. Association of socio-demographics with knowledge and attitude of women on the implant. On this one, the researcher wanted to find out what are the most reasons for them not to use the implant. So they were asked to find out if ever their partners discourages them to use implant. And they said they responded as disagree, most of them, meaning that they're not discouraged to use implant by their partners. If they are religious, it also does not permit them to use implant, and they also responded with disagree. They were asked if they're not using it because of their age, and they also responded they disagree. Do they know more about implant? Most of them on this one responded that they don't know more about implant. Shortage at the clinic, they said they were not sure about the shortage. So they responded they don't know more about the implant, which also goes back to the lack of knowledge, because which shows that they are not sure about how implant works. On the intentions of the implant, most of participants.
It's time. Is time up? But because we will give you 2 more minutes, okay?
On the intentions on the use of implant, most of participants were asked if they were told about the implant by the nurses, and they responded yes. Did you get a chance to ask about the contraceptive method? They responded no, they didn't get a chance. They were not given a chance to ask questions. Have you ever thought of changing the method you are using to contraceptive? And most of them responded no. They will never change the method that they are using to contraceptives, which indicates that they don't have any intentions of using implant based on the negative attitude that they have and the lack of the knowledge. In conclusion, there is awareness about implant contraceptive, yes, insufficient knowledge on how it works and the side effect, which may be contributory factor for non-use. Lack of knowledge can lead to poor intake of the method. Misconception and myth of the contraceptive are also seen as a barrier to the access. These results shows that women are having a negative attitude toward implant. Regardless of the awareness or the information that the participants have received from the healthcare providers, they still have no interest of using it. Healthcare providers should involve women in decision-making about the method they want to use. Lack of knowledge can lead to poor uptake of the method. Recommendations. On client, women should be given information about the method of the contraceptive, full information regarding safety, benefits, and the side effects. Healthcare providers also need to undergo workshops on this modern contraceptive method, and also run campaigns to popularize it. The National Department of Health on this one must also assist in providing the REC material, such as
running out of time, but we will allow just one question. Yes, Prof.
I don't know whether there's any reason women should use this method, whether it is superior to other methods, how it benefits a woman, so that when part of your recommendations will have more meaning if we understand how superior is this method when we compare it with the others.
Okay. It doesn't mean that the implant is superior to other method, but based on the benefits that it can prevent pregnancy for up to 3 years. So it can minimize the movement, it can benefit women on minimizing the movement of going to the facility several times. That's it.
So you are saying it's superior?
The topic being of interest to our counterparts, I will add
Okay, thanks for the presentation. I heard you mention that the questionnaire was self-administered. And I know that people from your study area are Baba Kelobedu, and you didn't mention anything about translating your tool. Thank you.
It's just that the presentation is just the summary. The questionnaire was also translated into CPD so that they can understand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Can you smile?
Okay, thank you. Let us. Okay, I'm going to call upon the next presenter. That is Molomo. Okay, let us welcome her on the stage. Molomo, yes, you're welcome.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mulomu JK and I'm with Snwamadi MKJ and PDK. Our supervisor is Miss M.A. Mahlaji. And our topic is perceptions of grandmothers towards human milk donation around Nobody local area, Limpopo Province, South Africa. The outline will be covering background of study methodology, data collection, ethical consideration, conclusion, limitations of study and recommendations. On background of the study, World Health Organization recommends exclusive breastfeeding for the first 6 months of birth due to its benefits such as reducing cardiovascular diseases, the risk of diarrhea, necrotizing enterocolitis, and malnutrition in children, and it should be started within the first hour after birth. However, in the case where mothers cannot breastfeed, for example, during maternal death or medically and mentally unfit mothers, human milk bank remains, donor human milk remains the beneficial option instead of formula milk. Human milk banks originated in Vienna in 1901 and escalated in other countries. In South Africa, it started in 1980. However, it was stopped due to the discovery of HIV and AIDS and its mode of transmission, which also included breast milk. It could be transmitted through breast milk. However, they were reinstated in 2003 after discovering flash heat method and Holder pasteurization methods, which made donated human milk to be safer. Thereafter, it was established in different countries in South Africa. However, the Limpopo province did not establish it until the Tshwane Declaration came to place. So in 2011, South Africa declared to actively promote, protect, and support exclusive breastfeeding as a way of optimizing child survival. So the Tshwane Declaration then came into place. So in response to the latter, Limpopo established its first human milk bank in Mankweng in 2016, followed by Philadelphia in 2019. The rationale for studies is that grandmothers are mostly looked up to, especially with regards to infant and young child feeding, based on their knowledges from past experiences. Also, the scarcity of data regarding grandmothers' perceptions around donated human milk. Most of the studies focus on parents or mothers and healthcare workers. Also, to add to the knowledge base of research around studies of a similar nature. The aim was to determine the perceptions of grandmothers towards human milk donation around Nobody local area. The objective was to explore and to describe the perceptions of grandmothers towards human milk donation around Nobody. The reason we chose Nobody is that it is also served by Mankweng Hospital. The research method, we used a qualitative approach. Explorative and descriptive research design were employed. The study site was Nobody local area. Population, we chose grandmothers aged 50 to 75 years of age. Grandmothers who were unable to speak with hearing difficulties were excluded from the study. The sampling method used was snowballing. Data saturation was reached at participant number 14. On data collection, ethical clearance was obtained from TREC. We had signed consent forms without coercion. One-on-one semi-structured interviews and interview guides were used. A central question, which was, what do you know or understand about human milk bank, was asked, followed by probing questions. Speedy language was used as it is the commonly spoken language. A voice recorder was used. Measures to ensure trustworthiness were applied. The 8 steps of text inductive descriptive opening technique were used for data analysis. The data was then transcribed verbatim and translated to English. On the findings, we also took in the socioeconomic background of patients to understand them better. Majority of the participants were aged between 61 to 70 years of age. Then most of them had reached primary level of education. 9 out of 14 participants were widowers, 12 out of 14 were unemployed. And from our study, we came up with 3 main themes and their sub-themes. Here's just an example. On findings, we realized that there is insufficient knowledge about donated human milk bank. For example, caregiver number 3, we quoted them. Caregiver number 3 and number 7 were surprised that there is even a breast milk bank here at the nearest hospital. So they were not aware of it. However, the participants embraced its establishment. For example, the caregiver 14's response was that if in 1976 there was also a bank like that, she could have opted to use it, unlike formula. So the findings are similar to a study conducted in KZN, which showed grandmothers had insufficient knowledge about human milk bank. On perceptions towards donating human milk bank, most of the participants did not have a problem with donating human milk bank. However, caregiver number 2 raised that it is also upon the mothers to agree, since nowadays rights are involved. So it's upon the mothers as well to agree to donate their milk. So additionally, a study conducted in Uganda revealed that some grandmothers showed negative attitudes towards receiving donated breast milk, but more willing to donate. Perceptions towards receiving, the previous one was towards donating. So towards receiving, they did not have a problem. However, they raised issues of HIV and AIDS and COVID-19. And similarly, a study in Northwest revealed that some grandmothers showed negative attitudes towards donated human milk. The main concern was safety of donated human milk and health of the donor mother. So in conclusion, the findings from the study revealed that all grandmothers had insufficient knowledge regarding the existence of human milk bank, and this might affect the effectiveness of promoting donated human milk banks. However, positive attitudes towards donating or acceptance of donated human milk for vulnerable infants were shown among the grandmothers. Moreover, majority of grandmothers showed willingness towards encouraging mothers to donate their breast milk to the bank. Recommendation, we recommend awareness campaigns and education in clinics, especially on chronic days or antenatal days. There can be awareness at community level such that everyone in the community is aware of the existence of human milk banks and they can use it effectively. Health professionals can also increase publicity and promote the human milk bank at Mankweng for its effective utilization. Education on processes and safety that breast human milk undergoes and to eliminate misconceptions and fears around it can also be beneficial. Then human milk and donation of human milk can be incorporated in the health calendar such that it also forms themes. It forms themes during breastfeeding week celebrations. The limitations of the study is that it was conducted in one area, therefore it cannot be generalized to the whole of South Africa. Old age caregivers, due to age, they can get easily fatigued, so extracting data from them can be a challenge. Perceptions of grandmothers were only explored in this study. We did not look into what grandfathers are saying or anyone in the community is saying except the grandmothers. But despite all the limitations, it was a successful study. These are my references. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, but this time don't rush the answers because we have enough time.
Okay.
Can we get 3 questions because we have time? I see many hands, but I will give only 3. So, Prof, then, yes.
Thank you. Let me just start by declaring that I do not come from the health sciences background. So it's just questions that seek clarity. So when you speak of most of the participants, I guess you only had 14.
Yes.
When we talk of most, how many are we referring to? And when we talk of few, how many? But my key question again is, from the literature, I guess you managed to check, are there no sort of implications or impact or consequences of the donated human milk? I'm just worried about if my child drinks a donated milk. Question on attachment. Won't the child be attached to the mother who donated? Things like those. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. That was one of the questions that the grandmothers raised, and I thank you for asking it. But they won't be attached because it's more like you're not passing on genes or things like that. So it's more of providing nutrition to the child instead of attachment. But if you mean the child will like the breast milk, then yes, that will definitely happen.
I thought from just a layman's, if I feed from another person's milk, then there should be something that is transferred to me from the mother who donated. Even diseases, even whatever, things like those.
I don't think there's any literature that I came across that can answer your question thoroughly. But so far, they said since the milk undergoes these processes, it is quite safe for consumption. So, yes, thank you.
In an area where people know each other, they may be having the same thinking. Because if you are not really taking a diversity of people, and that could be one of your limitations in your study. Because it's not only it's somebody reflecting something. And you then so there are no each other. So that's why maybe when I look at your response, they are more or less going the same direction, which I think offers us there. Which you look at feedback, of course, you have already done feedback. It's one of those challenges that you would have faced. Because there are problems that are going beyond what is inherited. Geological weakness, they don't donate blood. And the milk has antibodies. So those are the issues of cultural and other issues that you could have, but otherwise it's a wonderful study. Most of the participants they don't know. They are like your subject for the participant. You don't know that. I mean, milk can be donated. You didn't know that's what they are making. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
No, I just wanted to ask on the sample number 14. How representative was that of nobody? Maybe I would have, the population, was it not too limited?
We had, initially, we reached data saturation with participant number 11. But to confirm this data saturation, we had to add 3 more patients to the study. So after adding these 3 patients, we saw that no new information is actually coming forth. Then we decided to end at participant number 14. Thank you.
No, it's not hot. Okay. Okay, thank you. My question is on the sample size as well, because according to the way I know, it's too low. And then basically I would say, based on the sample sizes on your study, would you say that your results represent a true reflection based on the perception of that grandmothers have on donating human breast milk in nobody?
Yes, I would say my study has reached it reflects the perceptions, because we allowed for, our questions were open-ended questions, so our participants were fully expressing themselves. And the way we presented some of the questions was that you would ask us the same question in different ways, such that the responses also remain consistent. Then, like I said, since there was no new information arising, we were quite sure that we have met the objectives of our study. So.
Okay, thank you. That was quite an insightful presentation. I have a question, and I also have maybe a comment or an answer to a question that was raised by that lady in front. So the child cannot bond with another woman who donated the milk, because the bond between the mother and the daughter or the child rather, comes with the hormone oxytocin. So when the oxytocin is released, it's a hormone. When it's released, that's how the mother and the baby are able to bond. I hope it answers that question, I don't know. But anyway, I have a question with regarding to, I don't know if you've mentioned it already, but I want to find out what is it that triggered you to decide you would focus solemnly on grandmothers and not any other demographics. Thank you.
I mentioned it in my presentation. Most of the studies show data around mothers regarding donating or even receiving donated human milk, and around healthcare workers, their thoughts, their perceptions, understanding on donated human milk. So we went to the grandmothers because they are mostly influencers in infant and young child feeding. If you have a daughter at home, I'm sure your grandmother will tell you what to do, what not to do for the child. So that's why we went to them, because we thought if we can target them, they can effectively raise awareness, or awareness in terms of these human milk banks, such that they are used effectively. If they know about the human milk banks, they can for sure tell or advise their daughters, daughters-in-law to use the donated human milk instead of formula. Thank you.
Yeah, I just want to say, it's just a comment that I want to make regarding the issue of saturation. I think we need to revisit the concept saturation, especially in the way it is used in qualitative research. I was listening to Prof. Nemotandani, and when there are questions that are raised on some of the findings, it means that data did not saturate. Because these are issues that if you are a researcher, sorry, I just want to talk to this because I hear it again and again and we don't necessarily talk about it. As a researcher, when there are questions around what people expect could have come out of the data, it means data never saturated. So when it saturates, it means that I, as a researcher, ask the same questions again and again without listening to what the data is telling me, so that I change, I probe, I use different, I ask different questions. But if I continue in the field with the questions that I came into the field with, and yet I'm exploring, I'm likely to say data has saturated. So we need to revisit that concept, because data may saturate, the saturation may be the interviewer and not the data. The saturation might be one question and not all questions. Therefore, the number does not necessarily talk the truth of data saturation. Therefore, we cannot have questions around the number all the time, especially for our colleagues who are quantitative. It is because the way we saturate our data is based on a number, or not necessarily on the richness of data, as Prof. Nemotandani is saying. There's so much that could have come out of the data if the probing and the questions were asked differently. So it is a comment, colleagues, that we need to read and understand the concept saturation. It's a much deeper just than number. It means that the data is rich and the data is a reflection of what is in our society. Thank you.
Can I just make a comment quickly?
Thanks. It's a comment, it is not a question, it's a comment.
Can we call Maunye to come and make the presentation, please? Okay, let us welcome him. Okay, just as a reminder, you have 10 minutes. Don't rush anything. Take your own pace. 10 minutes to talk and 5 minutes for questions.
Okay. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Maunye Joy. I'm going to be presenting our project, which was done last year when I was doing my final year in Bachelor of Science in Medical Sciences. Okay, so without wasting any further time, let's get into it. Okay, so I think we all know that COVID-19 is a viral respiratory infectious disease caused by a new strain of the coronavirus. The COVID-19 outbreak was reported in China in 2019, then in South Africa in 2020. This is a RNA virus, and it has spike, hence its name, and it was detected in 2019, hence the 19. Since the beginning of the pandemic, number of variants of the virus had been noted, including the Alpha, Beta, Delta, and the Omicron variant. So COVID-19 has ravaged the world within a short period, leaving an unprecedented crisis in the world has never seen before. South Africa has the highest prevalence of COVID-19 in the African continent. COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted more on the lives of immunocompromised patients, which includes your pregnant women, people suffering from immunodeficiency disorders, and comorbidities such as your hypertension and diabetes. So pregnant women are considered to be the special population group due to the general physiological immunosuppression that characterizes pregnancy. During pregnancy, there is a natural physiologic alter of immunity and the cardiopulmonary system that may be affected by a wide variety of viruses, including the SARS-CoV-2. So studies have demonstrated a twofold increase in the rates of admission to the ICU and 1.3-fold increase in maternal death in COVID-19 compared to those without the disease. Understanding the epidemiology of SARS-CoV-2 infection is essential to inform future planning and management of ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. To date, seroprevalence studies have been done on small samples, yet there is a need for large cohorts to ascertain the true prevalence of antibodies against the SARS-CoV-2. Thus, the aim of this study was to determine the seroprevalence of IgM and IgG antibodies in pregnant women attending the antenatal clinic at the Pietersburg Hospital. Okay. Now let's look at the methods used in accomplishing the study. Okay, so firstly, when we initially when we conducted the study, we had a total of 3,000 blood samples of pregnant women collected at from the antenatal clinic at the Pietersburg. Then were sent to the hematology lab. Then we got the samples from the hematology lab. And 318 samples plus 318 samples. I think it was 10 samples were excluded from the total number because they did not meet our inclusion criteria. Okay, now the diagram as shown on your screen represent just the diagram showing the methods used to accomplish the aim of our study. Okay, so firstly, let's look at the study setting and the study population. So this study took place in the Limpopo province at the Pietersburg Hospital in the city of Polokwane. We targeted blood samples of pregnant women attending the antenatal clinic. Now, for data collection, data was collected using lateral flow immune chromatography assays To be specific, we use the Orient Gene Biotech COVID-19 IgG and IgM rapid test cassettes to collect our data. Now, coming to our data analysis and data presentation. For data analysis, demographic data were expressed in a bar graph and percentages, and Venn diagram was used to show the pictorial presentation of our data. This prevalence was The prevalence was calculated by dividing the total population which had contracted the virus by the total population size, and then multiplied by 100% and got the prevalence in percentage. And we also used logistic regression to try to determine the association between age and seropositivity. Okay, so what we're looking at now is just a graph showing the distribution of the samples per age group. So after we have the samples that did not fit into our inclusion criteria were removed, we were left with a total number of 2,649 samples from pregnant women that were included in the study, with an age ranging from 18 to 49 years of age. The samples were grouped into 4 age groups. The age group 25, as shown on the graph, the age group 25 to 34 years had the most patients, representing 48% of the total samples, while the age group 45 to 49 years had the lowest number of samples, with only 0.7% of the entire sample size. Okay, now what we're looking at is a Venn diagram representing, showing the seroprevalence of COVID-19 antibodies, the seroprevalence of the COVID-19 antibodies. So we found that 2,039 samples had tested positive for the IgG antibody, which suggests past infections, while 7 samples tested positive for the IgM antibodies, which represents or suggests past infections, and 100 samples tested positive for both IgG and IgM antibodies, which suggest cases of reinfections. Okay, now again, this is a table just indicating the seropositivity of these pregnant women per age group. So from the table, we can see that again the 25 to 34 age group had the highest seropositivity compared to other age groups in terms of IgG, IgM, and both IgG and IgM. And the 45 to 49 years age group had the lowest seropositivity, with only 17 positives for the IgG. We also tried to statistically determine the association between age and seropositivity, and then we couldn't find any statistical association between age and seropositivity. Okay. Now entering into another aspect of the presentation discussion. Our study reported an IgG seroprevalence of 81% in pregnant women for anti-SARS-CoV-2. This prevalence was found to be higher than the prevalence found in the country nationally. The variation in prevalence may be indicative of the time at which our study was conducted. Remember, our study was conducted last year after the fourth wave. So this high prevalence may be indicative of the cumulative past infections that occurred from the first wave up until the fourth wave. Okay, so and again, the study included pregnant women, and we know, as I've mentioned at the beginning of this presentation, that we know that pregnant women are considered to be immunologically vulnerable. Okay. And again, our study indicated good news for Limpopo, as it suggested that herd immunity had been reached.
Okay, it's time up, but let us give him 2 minutes to finish. Then we can take maybe one question. It's part of the clearance of the chair.
Okay, where was I? Okay, our study indicated good news for Limpopo, as it suggested that herd immunity had been reached. However, the idea of herd immunity via natural infection rather than vaccination is a bit controversial, as it is unclear how long antibodies will last, and reinfections or reactivation need to be carefully assessed. Okay, now. It was interesting to note that 0.3 samples of our sample size had IgM antibodies, which suggested recent infections. The presence of IgM antibodies in this study suggested that the virus was still in circulation and being transmitted. Okay, now. Coming on to another aspect of my presentation, the limitations of the study. This study was conducted at a single antenatal facility within the Limpopo province, representing a limited geographical area and potentially limiting the generalizability to other provinces or countries. And secondly, we did not collect information on comorbidities and risk factors for COVID-19, such as HIV status, obesity, and socioeconomic status, which have been found to be associated with SARS-CoV-2 seropositivity. Vaccination status thirdly, vaccination status of patients were unknown. So the extent to which vaccination played a role or influenced our results of our study was unknown. Okay, so in conclusion, our study showed that there was a high COVID-19 prevalence among pregnant women. So with that being said, continuous serologic testing is thus imperative to monitor the progress of the epidemic in hospital antenatal wards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Time up. It's also the time of questions. That is up, but I will allow just one burning question. Okay, how many hands? Okay, I will give to the senior person, okay?
Thank you. What prompted this study and what is its significance?
I think I've touched on a bit on for the rationale of this study on my introduction.
In a way, I'm trying to say I can't find the significance and I'm not sure what prompted the study. Quoting from literature is something else, but for you, what prompted it? And what is its significance? What lessons must I take?
Okay, Prof. No, I want to help you.
It's not your study.
That pregnant women are considered to be on the special group of patients that are more susceptible to the virus. To the virus. With that being said, there were no studies or more information, mostly on rural areas, that we're looking at the prevalence of COVID-19 in pregnant women. So those you can find were mostly done in urban areas, and they contain a very small sample size. So we wanted to do the study in a rural place. I might say in a rural place. And
okay, thank you. Are you going to discuss with the Prof outside? Okay. Okay, let us call upon Malope Pleasure to come here. I hope that you're going to give us pleasures as well.
Yeah, it's ready.
It's ready, okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pleasure Malope. I'll be presenting our study titled Association of HIV Infection with the Occurrence of Unfavorable Drug-Resistant Pulmonary Tuberculosis Treatment Outcome, Limpopo Province. Tuberculosis caused by... Sorry. Okay, sorry about that. Tuberculosis caused by Mycobacterium tuberculosis is the second leading cause of death worldwide from a single infectious agent after COVID-19. And it's an opportunistic infection in people living with HIV and AIDS. South Africa has an estimated amount of 222,000 incident cases of TB, making it one of the 10 countries in the world with the highest TB burden. However, the situation of tuberculosis is exacerbated by the emergence of drug-resistant tuberculosis, particularly multi-drug-resistant tuberculosis, pre-extensive drug-resistant tuberculosis, and extensive drug-resistant tuberculosis with potential threat of difficulty of treatment and management. South Africa has the largest HIV epidemic in the world, with 7.7 million people currently living with HIV. Despite knowing the high prevalence of HIV and TB. An assessment of this magnitude of understanding drug-resistant tuberculosis and HIV co-infection is not very well described, and data remains scarce for Limpopo province. Thus, we determine the association of HIV infection with the occurrence of unfavorable drug-resistant tuberculosis treatment outcome. This was a retrospective cohort study of drug-resistant tuberculosis patients from 2011 and 2019 in Limpopo province, South Africa. This data was collected from a provincial electronic drug-resistant TB register, and record with known age, sex, and HIV status were analyzed, and treatment outcome was analyzed, where it was defined as favorable outcome and unfavorable outcome. Favorable outcome was defined as patient who completed treatment and were cured. Unfavorable outcome was patient who died and encountered treatment failure and lost to follow-up. For data analysis, Stata was used, Vision 15, and descriptive statistics was used to determine the median, the range, interquartile range, and the frequency, and logistic regression was used to determine the association of drug-resistant outcome and HIV infection, and the p-value of 0.05 was considered significant. In the study, 3,528 data entries was collected from the EDR web of the DR patient, where 152 of the patient was excluded because of unknown HIV status and the DRTB profile. 3,374 of the profile were analyzed, where 1,514 were RR, 737 were MDR, 110 were pre-XDR, and 33 were XDR. From this number, 71% of this patient were HIV positive. However, HIV co-infection fluctuated from 66% to 75.6% during this study period, as it is indicated in this table. Majority of the patients were male with 50.1%, with a median age of 38 and with an IQR range of 30 to 47. And most of the patients belonged to the age group of 35 to 44 years of age, while the age group 0 to 4 years had the lowest patient, as it is indicated in the table on the screen. 59% of the patient had a favorable treatment outcome in both HIV and HIV negative patient, and major favorable treatment outcome was recorded in 2018 with 77.5% in HIV negative patients, whereas 64.6% was recorded in 2017 in HIV positive patients. Unfavorable outcome was high among HIV positive patients with 43.6% compared to the HIV negative population with 35.6%. A higher death rate of 25.2 was recorded in HIV positive patient with 20% in HIV negative patient. The majority of the patients who showed unfavorable outcome died with 45%, followed by followed by loss to follow-up and treatment failure with 41% and 13.9% retrospectively. A higher death rate was reported in patients with both drug-resistant tuberculosis and HIV than those who had only drug-resistant tuberculosis and HIV negative. In this study, we found that HIV was a significant predictor of favorable outcome with a p-value of 0.022. These graphs just indicate the unfavorable outcome encountered in both HIV positive cohort and HIV negative cohort, where we see that death was the most contributing unfavorable outcome in almost all the drug-resistant tuberculosis profile, except for those who were with multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. This study represented the largest cohort of patients with drug-resistant tuberculosis in Limpopo, and the data suggests that there is a higher number of HIV-positive cases among patients with drug-resistant tuberculosis, with 71% positivity rate. And we observed that higher favorable treatment outcome in drug-resistant tuberculosis, we observed that higher rate of favorable treatment outcome was high in patients who are HIV negative with 64.2%, and HIV was found to be a significant predictor for better treatment outcome. Conclusion, the study showed that Limpopo province has a higher HIV TB co-infection, and patients with HIV TB co-infection were more likely associated with unfavorable outcome, particularly the age group of 25 to 54 years. Therefore, programs that aim at interrogating TB and HIV should focus more on patients with HIV to improve the survival of patients with drug-resistant tuberculosis. The limitation. This study was conducted in a single province, which can be compared to other provinces, and it was laboratory-based with no patient follow-up. However, the standard is that it was a 9-year retrospective study with a larger sample size. These are my references, and I would like to acknowledge these bodies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. How many minutes did we buy? 7 minutes, okay. It's a good thing, but I will allow 3 questions because of the new people who have joined again from the other room, okay? 3 questions. Let us start by, Prof, can you, okay, let me give the gentleman there, because I denied him the opportunity last time. Go ahead, number 1, then Prof, number 3, okay, 2 questions, okay.
Thank you very much, sir. The question that I'm having, because you said you took your data from Provincial Electronic Drug-Resistant Tuberculosis Register. So how reliable do you think your data is since you took it from the register? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. According to my understanding, I can't say this data is 100% reliable, with the note that this data was recorded by human, and human, we know that they are highly prone of errors. So while recording, translating data from the data that was recorded in the clinics or hospitals, so when recording into the sheet for storage into the Department of Health register, so human might be causing the error of reporting some mistakes. So I can't say it's 100% reliable.
Okay, thank you. Prof?
HIV positive entities. Just because it could assist you to really look into this study. Thank you so much for the conversation.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let us call the next presenter, Ntimane. Huh? Is it Ntimane here? You've been here for more than 4 times. Aren't you tired? Zero? Where?
The question, it was just he was saying that we can't have.
Oh, okay. Prof, can you come back on that, please?
Sexual.
This one.
I don't want notes. Just click present.
Yeah, you will not have a zero.
Timane,
Aye.
you here?
Yes.
Make sure that in 10 minutes you're done.
I'll-
okay?
I'll try.
With your presentation, okay?
Good day, everyone. I am Kyra. I'll be presenting on the topic titled Risky Sexual Behavior and Associated Factors Among Patients on Antiretroviral Treatment at Magwen Hospital, Limpopo Province, South Africa. HIV is one of the leading causes of death worldwide. Despite the 1990 treatment goal introduced by UNAIDS and HWO in 2014, which aimed that by 2020, 90% of all individuals should know their HIV status, and of that 90% who knows their HIV status should be on treatment, and 90% of those on treatment should have their viral suppression. The new cases of HIV infection in sub-Saharan Africa seems to be increasing. There are several factors which are reported to be the contributing factors to the spread of HIV among adults, such as domestic violence, having multiple partners, practice of unprotected sex, homosexuality, and commercial sex. Very little is known about risky sexual behavior among people living with HIV on ART in Limpopo, South Africa. The incidence of HIV in South Africa is driven primarily by sexual contact between people living with HIV and those who are uninfected. A growing number of South African South African people living with HIV receiving ART are reported to continuously engage in unprotected sex. The prevalence of HIV in South Africa was reported to be at 20%, with Limpopo province being at 17%. Given the high rate of new HIV infections in Limpopo province, there is a need to assess factors promoting risky sexual behavior among people living with HIV to help design and develop behavioral intervention aimed at HIV positive individuals. As a result, the study sought to identify factors that contribute to risky sexual behaviors among people living with HIV. Methodology. The study was cross-sectional in design. The participants were selected using purposive sampling. The data was analyzed using SPSS, whereby all categorical variables were presented in terms of percentage, and then continuous variables that were normally distributed were presented in terms of mean and plus minus deviation, and those who were not normally distributed were presented in terms of interquartile median range. The study was approved by the TREC, and then the permission to conduct the study at the hospital was granted by the Department of Health. Data was analyzed using SPSS, whereby a descriptive analysis was used to just see an overview the demographics in the province. And then to determine the association between socio-demographic profiles and risky sexual behavior, we used chi-square and then a multivariate logistic regression. These are just socio-demographic characteristics of participants. As we can see that in the study, a majority of the participants were females, and then in terms of the age category, majority of them, they were aged between 35 and 44. This is just a bar graph showing the types of risky sexual behaviors. As we can see that people who are inconsistent use of condom, or those who don't use condoms, they had the highest proportion with 62.90, followed by those who practice oral sex, followed by those who those who have sex under the influence of alcohol or drugs, with 1.7% of those who have male-to-male sex. This is just a comparison table showing the demographic characteristics with those who practice risky sexual behavior and those who don't practice sexual behavior. As we can see in terms of age, people who were aged 34 to 54, they practice risky sexual behavior. And then in terms of marital status, people who were married, they were more likely to practice risky sexual behavior. However, those who were divorced, or those who were widowed, they were less likely to practice risky sexual behavior. In terms of educational level, people who were at tertiary or who had tertiary qualifications, they were more likely to engage in risky sexual behavior. This is just a multi-logistic regression. In terms of a multi-logistic regression, there were no association in terms of age and gender. However, in marital status, we see that people who were married, they were 2.60 times more likely to practice or to engage in risky sexual behavior. And people who were widowed, they were 1.06 less likely to practice or to engage in risky sexual behavior. And then people who had tertiary qualifications, they were 3.667 to practice or to engage in risky sexual behavior. Discussion. In terms of gender, we didn't see any association between males and females with risky sexual behavior. I think the reason could be that these are our target population, because in order these are the groups of people who are engaging in this sexual intercourse. And then in terms of age, we saw that people who are aged 34 to 45, they were more likely to practice in risky sexual behavior, whereas in multi-logistic regression, there was a negative association between participants aged who were 18 and below. They were less likely to practice risky sexual behavior. In terms of marital status, participants who were married, they were more likely to engage in risky sexual behavior. This might be due to the fact that many of them, they would want to have kids, and then some it could be due to a cultural or social, cultural, it might be due to cultural thing. Most men who are married, they tend not to want to use condoms when engaging in sexual intercourse, with the idea that they cannot just go and pay lovola and come back and use condoms. However, people who were widowed, they were less likely to practice or to engage in risky sexual behavior. One reason it could be that they are stigmatized in some areas which limits their social interactions. The last one, okay. People who had tertiary educations, they engaged in risky sexual behavior. This may be due to the level of freedom or the idea of many of them in tertiary education, they are living alone, which they have the the freedom to roam around and enjoy the perks of life. Conclusion, the present study reported high prevalence of risky sexual behavior of 48.3%. Risky sexual behavior in the present study was determined by age, marital status, and a level of education. Based on the findings of the present study, it is recommended that target interventions and educational programs should be implemented to reduce risky sexual behavior among married individual aged 35 to 40 and individuals with tertiary qualifications. The findings of the present study cannot be generalized to other rural communities as cultural and socio-demographic differences. They depend on the area where the research is conducted. Thank you. They are looming for me.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation. I will take only 2 questions for the sake of time. Prophet, this time I'm not allowing you. Please bear with me, okay? So who has not asked any single question during the day? Okay.
Hey.
And yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I want to know how did you sample this participant? Because now you are talking about people who are on art drugs. How did you sample them and where was this study conducted?
Okay, the study was conducted at Mangwene Hospital. We used purposive sampling. We were collecting data on people who were HIV positive on treatment.
Are you satisfied? No.
Isn't it that I felt like this is a sensitive issue? I don't know, but this is how you did it.
To clarify that one.
There's no clarification. Okay, I said two people.
Thank you so much. I have also several concerns about this study, and I have also issues around purposive sampling in a quantitative study, and I have issues around the lot of assumptions that you are bringing in your analysis. In quantitative research, we do not use assumptions to explain our findings. If you find that you said age is a factor, you cannot use your own beliefs and your own assumptions why age is a factor in your study, because you did not measure that. And there are so many assumptions that are in the analysis of saying why the married people. I think it is not okay. The assumptions are taking a very important, sensitive study and making it very light. It is a sensitive study, I agree, and it is about a vulnerable population of people who are HIV positive. But I also missed something. I missed to understand how you define risky sexual behavior. I don't expect you to answer. These are observations and these are comments. I'm a little bit worried about how we coined the concept risky sexual behavior and come up and find that everybody in this group, all the categories of people are practicing. I'm done, thank you.
Thank you, Prof, for the comment. Since there are no answers from his side, I'll give you 30 seconds. Okay.
So I only have to answer.
No, you still here.
Okay.
Like what problem you had? Your topic should have just been factors contributing to the risky And I'll tell you one, it's not only condom, anal sex, oral sex. These are things that contribute. It is not only the condom. There are many factors that contribute that makes people practice sex. And for me, even how you ask them, this I just commented, how you ask them, were people free to really talk about whether I use oral sex, anal sex? It's not that simple. And that's why I'm saying it will just be a comment, but if you were to publish it, you really have to work around the topic itself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I will
Prof.
last presenter of the day, and that is Dr. Michael Vota. Huh? Couple we didn't check. Where's Couple? This is Vota. Okay, sorry, Couple, please get ready after this presentation. No, it's fine. Is the person in the hall? Couple, are you there? Okay, it's fine. You have 10 minutes for the presentation, 5 minutes for questions, okay? Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Mopedi from Department of General Surgery at Petersburg Hospital. I'm standing in for Dr. Bota, my colleague who couldn't make it because of unforeseen circumstances. So the topic is outcomes of a trauma laparoscopy performed in a rural tertiary care facility, Limpopo. This is how we are going to go through the abstract purpose, methodology, results, discussion, and conclusion. The management of abdominal trauma using laparoscopy is still a contentious issue, and laparoscopic surgery is seen as a viable alternative to open surgery where experience and resources are available. The most recent meta-analysis by Wang et al., 2022, suggests that there is no difference in incidence of missed injury or mortality in abdominal trauma, patients receiving laparoscopy or laparotomy. This is a study that was done by Wang et al. And trauma laparoscopy in South Africa. In South Africa, there are major proponents of trauma laparoscopy, and its feasibility and safety of trauma laparoscopy for blunt and penetrating injuries as well as retroperitoneal injuries have been demonstrated. The motivation: no data is available from institutions in rural setting, and more needs to be done to highlight the potential benefit of trauma laparoscopy in setting other than high volume urban trauma centers. This is one of the studies that was run in Dr. George Mkhari by Prof. Koto and et al., where he was checking the use of laparoscopy in managing penetrating thoracoabdominal injuries in Africa, where he reviewed 83 cases. This is another study done by him and others, diagnostic laparoscopy for trauma and how not to miss injuries. And the other one was laparoscopy for blunt abdominal trauma, a challenging endeavor done by Prof. Koto as well. And the last one that we have quoted is the laparoscopy of clinical follow-up up to detect occult diaphragmatic injuries following left-sided thoracoabdominal stab wounds, a pilot randomized controlled trials. So the methodology: operative data from Petersburg Provincial Hospital, a rural tertiary level hospital in the resource-limited Limpopo province of South Africa, was analyzed. The time period under investigation was from May 2022 to April 2023. And all cases of blunt or penetrating abdominal trauma undergoing laparoscopy were evaluated and analyzed. The results, a total of 15 patients were identified. There were 13 males and 2 females with a median age of 26. The results continued. 1 in 15 had blunt trauma from a motor vehicle accident. 14 had penetrating, and out of the 14, 11 were stab wounds, 2 were gunshot, and 1 was iatrogenic intercostal drain injury. Results continues. 7 out of 15 were negative laparoscopies, and 3 out of 15 were non-therapeutic. 1 of them had a cholecystectomy for an AST, grade 2 gallbladder injury, and 4 out of 15 had diaphragmatic injuries. There were no missed injuries, and there were no reoperations, and there were no mortalities. 2 patients were converted to laparotomy, and both cases were to repair diaphragmatic injuries identified with laparoscopy. 1 patient developed wound sepsis as a complication and had port site sepsis in patients with cholecystectomy for gallbladder injury. The mean total hospital stay was 6 days, while in other centers it's regarded as 3 to 4 days. And the mean total theater time was 137 minutes. Some authors have reported half the time. It's about 70 minutes or so. Discussion. Most cases are non-therapeutic or negative. However, there were no missed injuries, no relooks, and no morbidities such as wound sepsis or prolonged postoperative length of stay associated with negative or non-therapeutic laparoscopy. Operative time is not well documented in the patient's record reviewed. Total theater time is available. It's 137 minutes. The mean operative time for trauma laparoscopy in Wang et al. Was 97 minutes. Total hospital stay was skewed by cases with morbidity and associated injuries, and the mean length of stay for trauma laparoscopy in Wang et al. Pooled meta-analysis was about 8.4 days. The mean total hospital stay for patients with no injuries was 3 days. Conclusion: trauma laparoscopy is feasible approach. It's a feasible approach to manage abdominal trauma in resource-limited setting where skills and equipment are available. These are the references.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I've been told by the organizing committees that you saved from questions. We can applaud you for going back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, can I call upon Kapu to come and present? You also saved from questions, so you can come and present. And then we'll have Pukubie and Sia Kamela. Is that right? Kapu?
Yes. Thank you. This retrospective analysis focused on gram-positive pathogens in skin and soft tissue infections. Is a resistance a challenge in clinical practice? So antimicrobial resistance continues to be a public health threat, and it's also a threat towards the attainment of the SDG 3. Antimicrobial resistance is directly linked with Sustainable Development Goal 3. That is because target 3.3 of the SDG 3 is combating infectious diseases, and antimicrobial drugs play an important role in combating infectious diseases. It is estimated that by 2050, antimicrobial resistance will cause an estimated over 10 million deaths, and gram-positive pathogens play an important role in nosocomial and community-acquired infections, and we have seen MDR gram-positive pathogens that have emerged and are part of the escape pathogens. Gram-positive pathogens have also been associated with skin and soft tissue infections, and they have been associated with poor outcomes in cases where resistance is documented. The World Health Organization has published a list of bacteria for which there is an urgent need for the development of new antibiotics, and we can see under priority 2 there, which is high for development of new antibiotics, that Enterococcus faecium and Staph aureus in their resistant forms form part of this category. There are a number of studies that have been conducted across South Africa, and they have reported high mortality and morbidity that is associated with gram-positive pathogens. Thus, the aim of this study was to investigate the antibiotic susceptibility patterns of gram-positive pathogens associated with skin and soft tissue infections in Limpopo province. The study was carried out in Mankweng and Pietersburg Tertiary Academic Hospitals, and data for this retrospective analysis was collected from the NHLS CDW, that is the Central Data Warehouse in Johannesburg, and skin and soft tissue, data from skin and soft tissue samples that were sent from Mankweng and Pietersburg hospitals to NHLS Polokwane Microbiology for routine culture and sensitivity testing between 2016 and 2020 were requested. In addition to the pathogen isolated antibiotic susceptibility results, we also requested age of patients, the gender patient, specimen type, and hospital ward. Data was received, computed for statistical analysis using the SPSS version 27.0. We constructed an antibiogram where we were able to extrapolate the WHO critical pathogens. Different susceptibility rates were compared, and an association between demographics and pathogens and susceptibility rates was determined at a p-value that is less than 0.05, considered significant. The permissions for this study were sought from TREC, the Department of Health, and NHLS. Our results show that majority of the patients with skin and soft tissue infections were patients below the age of 20, and we can see from the diagram that majority of the samples sent to the laboratory for testing were superficial swabs. We can see that Staph aureus was the most prevalent pathogen that was dominating in skin and soft tissue infections at a whopping 67.3%, and it had an 11.9% prevalence of methicillin resistance. We see Enterococcus faecium prevailing at 11.7% with a vancomycin resistance at 4%. This is the distribution of the samples according to the wards from which they were collected, and we still see that Staph aureus has been highly isolated from outpatient departments, pediatric wards, and neonatal wards, as well as the Enterococcus faecalis. It has been mostly isolated from the surgical wards, neonatal wards, and pediatric wards. We have constructed an antibiogram to determine the susceptibility rates of the pathogens as well as the resistance, and we can see that Staph aureus was highly associated with resistance to tloxacillin at a p-value less than 0.001. Enterococcus species were also highly associated with resistance to vancomycin at a p-value of less than 0.01, and there was no clinical significance that was achieved on the effect of the patient demographics on patient antibiotic susceptibility. So our study reports a whopping 67.3% with 11.9% methicillin resistance. Also E. faecalis, and those are the two priority pathogens reported by the WHO with 7.2 vancomycin resistance. The prevalence of MRSA is quite lower in our setting compared to KZN, which reported about 24%. And the reason accounting for these differences is they've surveyed in about 9 public sector hospitals, and we have only focused on 2 tertiary academic hospitals in Limpopo. So high Staphylococcus aureus was isolated in patients below the ages of 20 years, and this has been associated with impetigo, and which is more common in children and adolescents and predominates. High isolation of S. aureus is associated with impetigo in rural areas, and that is due to the nature of Staph aureus, extreme contagiousness, the likelihood of self-inoculation, and its potential to cause outbreaks. Children predominate, and adolescents are mostly exposed to the environment and are at risk of infection. Hence, they account for majority of the infections in the study. MDR's Staph aureus is evident in the study by decreased susceptibility rates to vancomycin, to erythromycin, ciprofloxacin, and cloxacillin. Resistance to erythromycin seems to be a challenge to ID clinicians, as resistance to erythromycin has been associated to mechanistically confer resistance to clindamycin, which is a preferred oral antibiotic for skin and soft tissue infections. Vancomycin in this case is still an effective drug for the treatment of methicillin-resistant Staph aureus, because we only report about less than 1% of VRSA and VISA. E. faecium and E. faecalis prevalence is lower compared to KZN, given the resin latter, and enterococcus pathogens are said to be opportunistic wound and intra-abdominal pathogens, and may sometimes be a microbial contamination of the surgical wound. And sometimes they are not adequately covered by perioperative and preoperative prophylaxis. In our study, we report about 4% VRE, which is lesser than the survey of the African continent, and linezolid is still an alternative for the treatment of vancomycin-resistant enterococcus. Our study further reports 2.2% of LRE in our setting, and linezolid is a significant drug in the treatment of VRE and MRSA. Hence, the reoccurrence of LRE in our setting and across the world may soon lead to LRE being listed as a global priority pathogen. We report absolutely no resistance of streptococcus pathogens to penicillin. There's no pen resistance, and that is because there's not been any mechanism that has been studied or reported of streptococcus pathogens to confer resistance to penicillin. And that is because strep species have a relatively stable genome with limited genetic variation as compared to other bacteria. There is indeed a need for collective efforts to curb antimicrobial resistance in order to achieve SDG 3, sub-theme 3.3, through research and development of new antibiotic. Ceftaroline is a novel drug that could be used in our setting. However, it is currently available for use in private sector and is expensive, and it has a broad spectrum across all of these pathogens that we have been discussing. But I must say that without proper adherence to infection prevention and control strategies within healthcare facilities, without these coordinated efforts, the efforts of antimicrobial stewardship may still not be effective, and thus continuous development of drug-resistant pathogens would persist, and antimicrobial resistance would just be a modus operandi. These findings were extracted from my master's dissertation, and the findings will be available in the DHET accredited Journal of Medical Microbiology, Journal of Medical Laboratory Science and Technology of South Africa in the coming issue of October. We're grateful to the TREC, NHRD, AMS, and to the Department of Pathology, as well as the supervisors. Thank you. Oh, no questions.
As you hear that, you can walk back. Okay. Okay, can we call upon Pokubie to come and make the presentation? Okay, the stage is yours, just for 10 minutes.
Thank you,
Okay.
Prof. Good afternoon, colleagues. Yeah, I'm Pugubie TA, and I will be presenting a paper titled, "Is the triage system welcomed in the tertiary hospitals of Limpopo Province? A qualitative study on patients' perception." So with introduction and background, emergency departments, we all know they are the most challenging units worldwide due to daily overcrowding that impacts health service delivery. And that overcrowding can be defined as a situation in the emergency department, function. I mean, it can be defined as a situation in which the emergency department function is impeded, primarily because of the excessive number of patients waiting to be seen, some undergoing assessment and treatment while others are still waiting to be discharged, versus or compared to the physical or staffing capacity of the emergency department. A triage system in the emergency department is necessary to prioritize and allocate scarce health resources to the medical needs of the patients to facilitate quality health service delivery. A triage system in the emergency department is required to reduce overcrowding by sorting, prioritizing, and allocating scarce resources to the medical needs for patient for proper treatment distribution based on the severity of their condition, and then at the time allocated for presentation. In terms of the problem statement, globally, the emergency department uses different triage systems to evaluate the seriousness and urgency of incoming patients' conditions and choose the appropriate treatment course. Like, for instance, we have got the Manchester triage scale, we have got the Australian triage scale, the Canadian triage acuity scale, and our own South African triage scale. But despite the benefits of the triage system in the emergency department, there are still some criticism against the triage processes. Different studies reported patients' experience concerning the triage system at various healthcare facilities, and the authors have observed with concern that since the implementation of the very same triage system at the emergency department, patients who are triaged and color-coded green, yellow, always complain about the long waiting time within the EDs. And hence the study aimed to ascertain if whether this particular system is welcomed in the tertiary hospitals of the Limpopo Province, South Africa, by exploring on the patient's perception, even though we have seen that the triage system yields so many benefits in terms of categorizing and sorting patients into priorities, rather than seeing patients as a first come, first served basis. So in terms of the research methods, a qualitative research with explorative and descriptive design were employed, and then the study was conducted at 1 tertiary hospitals within the Limpopo Province. And then in terms of the population for the study was all the patients who are triaged and color-coded, the green and yellow, and then purposefully, because in most cases, the one who are triaged and color-coded red, they should be seen immediately upon arrival, and then the orange one should be seen within 10 minutes. So hence, we purposefully selected the yellow and the green because they stayed a little bit longer in terms of the triage system. And then in terms of the data collection criteria, one-to-one semi-structured interview was conducted. The population data was conducted within 1 week, and then for population for that particular week was 115, but the data saturation was reached at participant number 14. Then in terms of the ethical considerations, ethical clearance was sought from the track, the permission was sought from the LDOH, and then the right to self-determination by the participants in the research project was also adhered to. All the ethical principles were also adhered to protect the participants. Then looking at the results and the discussion of findings, so the study presents patients' perception of the triage system at a selected tertiary hospital using Patricia Benner's theory of clinical wisdom in nursing practice to evaluate the expertise in terms of the execution or the implementation of the SATs within the ED. Then the results, looking at the demographic variables, most of the participants were females, 57%, and the most age category the age category between 26 and 35 was in majority. And then in terms of the triage priority, we have found that 71% of the patients or of the participants were color-coded the green. And then the study was grounded in Patricia Benner's theory of clinical wisdom in nursing practice by using the 7 main domains of the said theory. The first domain is the helping role. The second domain is the teaching role. The third is the diagnostic and patient monitoring function. The fourth is effective management of rapidly changing situation. The fifth is administering and monitoring therapeutic interventions regimen. The sixth one is monitoring and ensuring the quality of healthcare practice. Meanwhile, the last one was organizational work role competencies. However, in terms of the analysis, we have found that the domain number 2, which is the teaching role, did not feature in any when we analyzed the data. So in terms of the domain 1, according to Patricia Benner's 7 main domains, which is the helping role, this domain covers competencies such as establishing healing relationship, providing comfort, and so forth within the emergency department. But however, the study findings revealed mixed perception of patients regarding triage system with regard to the helping role in the emergency system. Some patients highlighted how helpful triage was in the emergency departments, as you can also see the supported code. The second domain, remember I said, is the teaching role, which did not feature. So the third one is the diagnostic and patient monitoring function. This domain is concerned with the competencies of the emergency nurses and doctors providing ongoing assessment and anticipation of outcomes. So in terms of the analysis about this domain, about the diagnostic and patient monitoring, other participants in this study demonstrated good perception by stressing that a triage system is essential in the emergency department, particularly in offering emergency care to critically ill individuals, and the code. So the fourth domain is effective management of rapidly changing situation. The conceptual domain relates to matching demands with resources and assessing and managing care during crisis. So with the results, in contrast with this domain, most of the participants in this study deliberated on how unhappy they are with the current triage system in the emergency department of this selected tertiary hospital, hence the code there. So domain number 5, administering and monitoring therapeutic interventions regimen. This conceptual domain is concerned with preventing further complications during drug therapy, wound management, and hospitalization. Patients are classified as red, orange, yellow, green, or blue based on their triage category score. And then, however, the perceptions of patients in this study illustrates that treatment was delayed in this regard. The 6th domain is monitoring and ensuring the quality of healthcare practice. Maintaining safety, improving health quality continuously, collaborating and consulting with physicians, self-evaluations, technology management are all crucial in this conceptual domain. However, triage system within the emergency department helps to ensure that the patients receive quality emergency care, but this is different based on the patient's perception. The last one, which is organizational and work role competencies. This theory domains advocates for triage system because it facilitates appropriate organization despite the staff shortage and resources available. Participants in this study deliberated how the triage system within the emergency department is disorganized, which impacts the quality of services. So in terms of the conclusion, the 6 relevant domains illustrated mixed perceptions regarding the triage system in the emergency departments. Although most of the participants in this study feels that the triage system is biased and unfair, some were satisfied with the triage system in the emergency department. Hence, the helping role of the triage system was overweighed by the dissatisfaction of the needy patients who waited for an extended period to receive emergency services. Then the authors proposes that the 7 domains of Benner's theory can serve as a foundation for research and improving triage implementation within the emergency department. This study recommends development of more effective system and strategies to enhance patient-centered practice. Ongoing services should be also rendered, and constant communication and re-triaging or reassessment after the patient have been triaged. In terms of the limitation, I would say the study only focused on the patients who are triaged and color-coded green and yellow. So that I can say is our limitation, because we did not include each and every category within the study project. I thank you.
That's the way you show you that you should go back. Okay. Okay, the last one for the day is the person here? Okay, welcome. Is this one?
Yes.
Need to be downloaded. Don't ever use the
Memory stick. Who received it profile? Compatible. Let me put it.
I don't have access to email. That's the thing. Presentation includes the one I schools. I downloaded one. The school one? Yesterday. Today. You said yesterday. Should we? This is not the right one. Yeah, this one. Send my email. Yeah, just check your one.
No. Can you change it? Can you switch the laptop?
It's there. It's possible.
Oh, you find it. It's there. Yeah. From the email.
Okay, welcome, and 10 minutes.
Okay. Afternoon. I'm Dr. Stole. I'm presenting on behalf of Dr. Siakamela. So the topic is a laparoscopic hernia repair rate at Pittsburgh Hospital in Limpopo, South Africa. What it has on the implication on training. So more than 20 million hernia repairs are done worldwide, and then 1.2 million hernia repairs are done in USA annually, and then there is no published data in South Africa regarding the hernia repair rate. And then Hernia Surge and also Higgs recommend that laparoscopic hernia repairs as a procedure of choice for repair. And a laparoscopic hernia repair is adequately trained, in an adequately trained surgeon procedure, and excellent results. It's comparable to those for open repair. And then there's clear more benefit when comparing laparoscopy versus open. So the disadvantages include increased rate, longer operation time, on an average of 15 minutes longer than open repair, and this creates a very steeper learning curve. So the learning curve is considered to be 80 procedures for one to be good in doing laparoscopic repair, and then also 100 procedures for most surgeons. And then for surgeons with a basic laparoscopic training, around 13 to 15 cases are required initially to become well-versed with both TEP and also TAPP. And only 15 to 20% of repairs are done laparoscopic in South Africa and also worldwide. So the objectives of our study and aims are to assess the current practice of hernia repair in Pittsburgh Hospital and also the adequacy of exposure for trainees to laparoscopic hernia repair. And then also to assess the current practice of hernia repair in our center and the rate of laparoscopic repair. And to also assess the adequacy of trainees' exposure to laparoscopic hernia repair in Pittsburgh Hospital. So the method that we used is a retrospective study, and the data was collected in theater records. And then this included all patients which of the age of more than 18 who underwent hernia repair, either ventral or inguinal hernia. So we used the period time from June 2021 to 2023 May. It was done in Pittsburgh, all these procedures were done in Pittsburgh Hospital, and the exclusion criteria included all patients that are less than 18 years of age. So the variables that were used, it was age, gender, procedure, and then also to assess whether the procedure was done open or laparoscopic. So in our results, we had 144 hernia repairs, and then of 80 were inguinal hernias, and then 66 were ventral hernias. And then those that went under open repair were 120, and then ventral were 55. So the laparoscopic repairs were 24 in total. Laparoscopic inguinal hernias were 15, while ventral hernias were 9. So in our epidemiological results, our mean age was 52 years of age, with females being 63, and then males were 81. And then ventral hernias were 64 patients, and then inguinal were 80. And then those that were done elective were 56, and then emergency repairs were 88. So of the open procedures that were done in 120 patients, the elective procedures were 32, emergencies were 88. And then in laparoscopy, they were all done elective, and the number was 24. So for patients with a unilateral inguinal hernia were 71, and then 63 were done open, and then 8 were done laparoscopic. And then the bilateral hernias were 9, and then 2 were done open, and the 7 were done laparoscopic. So ventral hernias were 64, and then 55 of these patients were done open, and the 9 were done laparoscopic. So in our results, as you can see on the bar graph, the number of hernia repairs in total, laparoscopy were 24, open 120, with a total of 144. And then of the inguinal hernia repair, we had lower laparoscopic hernias done. And then on the hernias that were done with a senior, there were all of them were done by a consultant. So the analysis of our results, the laparoscopic repairs were 24, with inguinal hernia being 15, and then ventral being 9, with a total number of 24. And then for inguinal hernia, there were 80, and then laparoscopic repair were 15, and the ventral hernias were 64, and then out of these 64, only 9 were done laparoscopic. So in our discussion, in the USA and also worldwide, laparoscopic hernia repair accounts for 15 to 20% of all hernia repairs. And then in our center, we did inguinal hernias that were 80, and then laparoscopic were 15. And then for ventral hernias were 64, and then laparoscopic repair were 9. So locally, there's not enough data reporting on the rate of laparoscopic hernia repairs from different centers. But in George Mukari, they had 682 inguinal hernia repair between 2011 and also 2016. And then 186, which is 25%, were repaired laparoscopic. So similarly in the UCT, which is the affiliated for tertiary hospital, they had 377 hernia repairs which were done over 12 months, with the 23% which were laparoscopic hernia repairs. So in conclusion, both inguinal and also ventral hernias are primarily repaired by open in our center, and the rate of laparoscopic repair are similar to that in other locally and also in worldwide and also in the USA. However, The steeper learning curve may hinder competency despite similar rate of laparoscopic repair due to less number of repairs done in our center. Thank you. These are our references.
Thank you. We are at the end of the presentations. I'm going to call the Executive Dean of the Faculty, Prof. Mutiba, for the closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, colleagues. I want to take time because I was requested to give vote of thanks, and I know we are tired and we are supposed to go somewhere after this, and it's already late. I would like to thank the executive management of the university for allowing us to have this event, and they've supported us financially, emotionally, and otherwise. And I also want to thank Prof. Singh, the DVC Research Innovations and Partnership, who opened our session yesterday for the whole 2 days for this conference that we always call it Research Days on Campus. And I would like also to thank Prof. Madadze, who is our DVC Teaching and Learning, the executive deans who were here, and at the VC who always supports us throughout, even though he was not amongst us, but he has sent his regards. That's why Prof. Singh yesterday mentioned that. And I just want to highlight and also thank Prof. Nemtandan, who is the president of HPCSA. We are honored to have you here, and thank you very much for attending our research days and also presenting it. It means a lot to us, because if the president of Health Professions Council South Africa is amongst us and he also present, meaning he values our university. And thank you very much, Prof, for being here. Then I would like to thank our keynote speakers. We have Professor Linda Gibson from the UK, University of Nottingham Trent, for having graced our occasion and allowed us to bulldoze you within a short space of time and say to you, come here and share with us your knowledge from the other side of the globe. And you agreed, and we really appreciating your presence, and also to enhance our knowledge around SDGs, and also to share with us your experiences of how you fared in terms of implementing and making sure that you realize some of these SDGs. Then I would like to thank Professor Zodwa Dlamini. Even though I was not here when she was presenting, know that I was given a full report, and I really appreciate what you have said and your experience in grant writing and everything, which our academics have appreciated, and they want to start now. The presenters, I really appreciate you, because if you didn't submit your abstracts, we wouldn't have these 2 days. And thank you very much. The research that you have conducted, and the way you are presenting really was good, and especially our students. You had courage to come here and tell us what you have done, and we know very well that some people think when you are conducting research, you are conducting something which is in the category of monsters. But you have made it, and we really appreciate that. Continue, and I'm requesting that you submit those abstracts next year, not the same ones, but the research that you are conducting next year, whether students, academics, and also people from outside, because we'll be having our 3rd biannual conference, which is a collaboration with University of Venda, UP, DUT, Northwest University, and UJ. And next year it's us who's hosting, and I'm requesting that please submit when you receive the call. Kindly be informed that amongst yourself during presentation there were judges, those who don't know. You had judges amongst yourself, and I would like to make you aware that this evening we'll be having a gala dinner at Fusion Boutique Hotel, and we need to go and try to wear makeup and everything, those that we do those things so that we can be different from during the day. Then lastly, I want to really appreciate the organizing committee under the leadership of Prof. Madiba, deputized by Prof. Mathebula. We really thank you. We know it was not easy, but we have made it up to now. And please note that the transport to Fusion Boutique for students live at Student Center at 17 hours. Then thank you very much, and we will finalize the vote of thanks the other side. Thank you, and I really appreciate it.